Chapter 3074. Huh. One of the three late Foundation establishment cultivators, who had already flown several dozen meters away, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at him. Although he didn't approach, he was clearly interested in the water essence. Even the two late-stage nascent soul cultivators behind him stopped and looked over with interest, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Fellow Taoist Hua. Lu Yu said with a smile, why are you in such a hurry? Since your ardent Inferno Mountain has something good, why can't you share it with us? Then, he turned to look at the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who stopped in the distance and asked, moreover, I'm also curious about the ardent Inferno Mountain. After all, I have some friendship with the ardent Inferno Mountain, and I sympathize with the three elders of the ardent Inferno Mountain. Hua Chong glanced at the crowd. There were also a few cultivators behind him who were hesitating. After all, a treasure like the water essence wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. Although there was only half a drop of this treasure, it was extremely beneficial for body tempering and special cultivation techniques. Didn't Taoist Mad Heaven of the Imperial Thunder sect rely on half a drop of earth crystal ya milk to become a nascent soul master? Who would easily give up such an opportunity? Fellow Taoists. Hua Chong clenched his teeth and said, my ardent Inferno Mountain does have the water essence. However, it's already in the hands of I and the others. Although this bitch knows the news, she can't take it out. Fellow Taoists, don't listen to her words. Fellow Taoist Hua. Xiao Hua said indifferently, this girl said she has news. You said you have the water essence, but who should we believe? You might as well tell us what happened in the ardent Inferno Mountain. This old man is very curious. All right. Hua Chong looked around and saw that the cultivators flying around had all stopped and were quietly watching the development of the situation. However, it seemed that other than Xiao Hua, the others didn't care too much about what happened in the ardent Inferno Mountain. As for Xiao Hua's suggestion, it gave them time to prepare, so they didn't raise any objections. Then, Hua Chong vaguely and briefly explained the situation in the ardent Inferno Mountain. This matter was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Since this ardent fire mountain had 3 elders, then they must be divided into 3 branches. Although these 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain were compatriots for 3 lifetimes and were like one person, the disciples under them were not one person. When the 3 elders were alive, all the conflicts would naturally not be exposed, and everyone would be obedient. Although the 3 old men understood the hidden dangers of ardent fire mountain, they did not care about it. Their temperaments were somewhat irritable to begin with. Furthermore, they had just advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. There was still a long way to go before they could reorganize the ardent fire mountain and leave behind a backup plan. Even if there was a great battle between Dao and Sword here, the 3 elders did not care. After all, there had been countless battles before, and there were very few cases of nascent soul masters dying. Even if there were deaths, most of them were of the early stage of the original level. How could there be a mid-stage of the original level? Not to mention the 3 of them who were proficient in joint attacks. In fact, this was indeed the case. The 3 of them were also regarded as the strongest attacks by Sun Yunzi of the Splendid Flower sect to be used against sword cultivators in the gambling match. Unfortunately, they encountered the mysterious fairy Luo Hua. The 3 nascent soul middle stage cultivators had almost no power to fight back in front of fairy Luo Hua when she revealed her true form. They could only watch helplessly as they were beaten to death, without even leaving a last word. Although Ardent Fire Mountain was a famous cultivation sect, when they suddenly lost 3 mid-stage of the original level, it was immediately like a flock of wild geese that had lost their leader. Before leaving the Sky Patrol City, a group of Golden Core disciples began to have their own plans. Fortunately, when they were in the Sky Patrol City, there were other original level nascent soul masters to deter these disciples, so they did not dare to be too arrogant. After the first batch of disciples from Ardent Fire Mountain evacuated from the Sky Patrol City, the entire Ardent Fire Mountain immediately fell apart. Like monkeys scattering when the tree fell, they were divided into 3 factions. Needless to say, behind these three factions, there were traces of other cultivation sects and families in the country of Shi. It could be said that after the Great Dao Sword War, the Dao sect suffered great losses, and so did the Ardent Fire Mountain. Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin were not from the same faction, so naturally, they could not help but be involved in the waves. The female cultivator in front of them was not from the same faction as Hua Chong and Hua Ming. The fight and competition between them had gradually begun to heat up. Hua Chong captured this female cultivator for some scarce resources in the Ardent Fire Mountain sect. Of course, Hua Chong could not explain the matter in detail, let alone his purpose. However, it was obvious that no matter what, this was the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain, and it was not suitable for outsiders to interfere. Unless the outsiders had other ideas. Xiao Hua listened and sneered, I understand now. In other words, your Ardent Fire Mountain has the water element ice pith, but you don't know where it is. However, this girl knew where the water essence ice pith was. But the location of the water element ice pith has been seized by you? Is that so? Hua Chong was a bit embarrassed, but when he saw that Xiao Hua was alone, he lightly said, this water element ice pith was only obtained by the 3 old ancestors of my Ardent Fire Mountain by chance. As for whether they used it all or not, I don't know. But if there is, then it must be in our hands. You only know where the water element ice pith is, so it is meaningless. Then, he coldly glared at the female cultivator and said, this slut is just spouting nonsense. How can her words be fulfilled? Of course, I do not dare to make any more promises. Hua Chong pondered for a moment, then looked at Hua Ming and said, if we can really obtain the water essence ice pith from this slut, then fellow Taoists can obtain a little. As for how much, this poor Taoist cannot guarantee. Hearing this, the many cultivators who had taken advantage of the time when Xiao Hua was asking about the situation of Ardent Fire Mountain to come up with a plan. Hua Chong's words were clearly much more realistic than what the female cultivator had said. What was the water element ice pith? How could they casually give everyone half a drop? Moreover, the water element ice pith was not in the hands of this female cultivator. Most importantly, this female cultivator had never revealed her name from the beginning to the end. Even to Lu Yu and Fu Jia, she only claimed to be the Fire Qilin's maid. Fellow Taoist Hua. The 2 cultivators in front of Xiao Hua said, as long as we don't interfere, will we be able to obtain the water element ice pith? That's right. Hua Chong was overjoyed when he saw that someone had loosened up. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist only needs to send your name to I and I will give you the communication talisman. After half a year, my Ardent Fire Mountain will be stable. Fellow Taoist can go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Even if you do not obtain the water element ice pith, I will still reward you handsomely. Good, the 2 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators did not seem to be interested in the water element ice pith. After a few words, Hua Chong took out 2 communication talismans and handed them to the 2. The 2 immediately flew over and no longer cared about this matter. What about you 2 fellow Taoists? Hua Chong looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, I have already said all the good things. Mo Ling sect has a good relationship with my Ardent Fire Mountain. I do not want to cause any more problems. This was already the 2nd time Hua Chong reminded Lu Yu. This. Lu Yu was really hesitant. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting that he had been too rash. Seeing Lu Yu hesitate, Hua Chong smiled and turned to look at Xiao Hua behind him and asked with a smile. Me? Xiao Hua was also in a difficult position. He knew Hua Furong and Fire Qilin, but this Hua Chong did not say whether they were Hua Furong's subordinates or other people's subordinates. Moreover, this was indeed the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. Although Xiao Hua wanted to obtain the water element ice pith, if he wanted to obtain it from the hands of these people, he was afraid that he would not be able to obtain it. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator laughed and said, fellow Taoist Hua, this old man believes your words. We should not interfere with the internal affairs of your Ardent Fire Mountain. However, since this girl asked for help from us, how can we ignore it? We naturally do not care about the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. You can do whatever you want. However, this old man still understands the most basic tenderness for the fairer sex. Fellow Taoist. Huachong was most afraid of the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in front of him. Seeing this cultivator actually speak, his complexion unconsciously changed. Little girl. The cultivator looked at the female cultivator and said, "This old man is very interested in the water element ice pith. However, the 3 of us need 2 drops. Good." The female cultivator saw that Lu Yu was somewhat hesitant and her face unconsciously turned pale. However, now that she saw the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators speak, she did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Xiaohua smiled. He had already seen that although these 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators coveted the water element ice pith, their plans were obviously not limited to this. No one would casually agree to an anonymous stranger's request based on a promise without any evidence. Presumably, these 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators really wanted to interfere with the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. 3 fellow Taoists? Huachong narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "This Huo will say it one last time. This is my Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs." So what if it's Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs? Another late-stage foundation establishment cultivator angrily said, "You attacked and killed a female qi refining cultivator here and even threatened us with the secret passage of Ink Cloud Black Forest. Can't we do anything about it?" Huachong clenched his teeth and patted his storage pouch. He really took out 2 bright red things the size of duck eggs from his storage pouch and fiercely said, "3 fellow Taoists, this who originally did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Previously, I've already endured for several dozen days. Now that I've finished speaking, then, this Hua can only apologize." Flame Thunderbolt. The female cultivator was obviously very familiar with the magic tools of Ardent Fire Mountain. She cried out involuntarily, "You actually dare to take this thing out?" Obviously, this female cultivator's experience was insufficient. If she did not say anything, others might not have noticed, but her exclamation was enough to make others feel greatly alarmed. Although Xiaohua did not know what this flame thunderbolt was, he understood that its power was definitely not small. The 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators and even Lu Yu and Fu Jie's complexion greatly changed when they saw the flame thunderbolt. Chapter 3075. If fellow Taoist is related to my Ardent Fire Mountain, then you should know the power of this item. Huachong coldly said, not to mention that this is the Ink Shadow Black Forest, even if it was nearby, with Ai's magic power, none of the fellow Taoists would be able to dodge it. Now, even if there is a fellow Taoist who can dodge it, hee. After Huachong finished speaking, Hua Ming also took the opportunity to speak, "Fellow Taoists, what my senior brother said before still stands. If any fellow Taoist is not willing to interfere with the internal affairs of my Ardent Fire Mountain, please leave immediately. I will send you a communication talisman." Hearing Hua Ming's words, the faces of the cultivators relaxed. The others who hadn't spoken until now all raised their hands. Hua Ming hurriedly sent out a communication talisman, and the cultivators activated their magic power and flew forward. Only Lu Yu, Fu Jie, the 3 late foundation establishment cultivators, and Xiaohua behind Huachong didn't move. "Fellow Taoist, do you still want to stay here?" Hua Ming looked at Xiaohua. He didn't think Xiaohua was a threat. "Forget it." Before Xiaohua could speak, Lu Yu sighed and said, "This is the internal affairs of your Ardent Fire Mountain. I have no reason to interfere." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Fu Jie. The 2 of them activated their magic power and stopped Hua Ming's communication talisman from flying forward. "This old man doesn't care," Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, fellow Taoist Hua, you still have to be careful. I will fly over now." "You must not." With that, Xiaohua's figure slowly moved and flew between Huachong and Hua Ming. At this moment, the three late Foundation establishment cultivators also began to send voice transmissions. Clearly, they were also stunned by Huachang's method of mutual destruction. The female cultivator bit her lips and her eyes were filled with despair. When, just as Xiaohua approached the Huachong, an indescribable rumbling sound suddenly came from the side of the Huachong. An extremely powerful impact force was generated at the same time, as if someone had suddenly activated their mana to attack the Huachong. Huachong held the flame thunderbolt in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. At the same time, because he couldn't use his divine sense freely, he glanced at the three late Foundation establishment stage cultivators beside him from time to time, fearing that Xiaohua or the three cultivators would launch a sneak attack. Huachang's gaze was fixed on Xiaohua as he unleashed this attack. When the attack reached Huachong like several huge stone pillars, he didn't hesitate to activate the magic power in his hand. He threw a flame thunderbolt at the three late Foundation establishment cultivators in front of him and another one at Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart when he heard the force and sound. However, this movement was too strange and sudden. His figure was also knocked askew by the impact, so he didn't have time to use any means to restrain Huachong and Huaming. Seeing that Huachang's first reaction was to use the flame thunderbolt, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to control his body and use the Devil Realm's concealment technique to disappear from Huachong and Huaming's sight. After Huachong threw the flame thunderbolt, he discovered that the other late Foundation establishment cultivators in the distance were also in the same position as him. Their figures were also askew. The strange movement wasn't caused by a late Foundation establishment cultivator at all. What was special was that the originally stable secret path was like a ribbon floating in water under the impact. It was instantly torn apart and turned into several segments. The scattered ink sand around the secret path poured in without any explanation, and it looked like it was about to drown everyone. As the saying goes, fortune doesn't come in pairs and misfortune doesn't come alone. The moment the black sand poured in, the two flame thunderbolts also erupted. A bright red flame flashed, and like the jealous gaze of a lover, it enveloped the space within a radius of several tens of zhang. With a rumbling sound, an explosion comparable to Xiaohua's fire talisman spread out in all directions with Huachong as the center. The flame thunderbolt was extremely powerful. Although Huachong and Huaming's bodies were already flashing with a red brilliance, the brilliance disappeared in a flash within the flames. Under the brilliance, the two's Taoist robes were torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Then, dozens of pieces of armor flew out from the robes and fluttered like butterflies. The butterflies' colorful wings were the two's flesh and blood that were gradually being torn apart. Huachong and Huaming, the two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, couldn't withstand the power of the flame thunderbolt, so the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain was even more unable to withstand it. The moment the flame thunderbolt's explosion arrived, the female cultivator's body was directly pressed to the bottom of the secret path. However, although the female cultivator had already fainted within the flames, thin flames flickered around her body. These flames flickered like a candle. Although they could be extinguished at any time, they were so tenacious that they didn't disappear even after the female cultivator rushed out of the secret path and landed on the ground. Damn it! A few feet to the left of the female cultivator, Xiaohua's figure flashed out. His body was also flashing with an intense brilliance. Clearly, he had been forced out of the secret path by the flame thunderbolt. As soon as Xiaohua's figure appeared, he hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, the black sand around the secret path had been pushed back by the flame thunderbolt, so there wasn't any black sand around Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua's gaze swept over the several dozen feet of flames above his head and the black sand that was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Although this black sand wasn't as powerful as the black sand from last time, Xiaohua understood that the secret path had most likely disappeared. If he was trapped by this black sand, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, he cursed and hurriedly used the earth escape technique to escape like before. It was at this moment that the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain landed not far from him. Flame. Flame hibiscus. When Xiaohua swept a glance over, he was immediately stunned. The female cultivator now didn't have the slightly pretty appearance from before. Instead, she revealed an appearance similar to flame hibiscus. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua understood that this female cultivator was definitely not flame hibiscus. She should be the same as flame hibiscus, a descendant of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. Sigh, really, there are thousands of kinds of beauty, but as for ugliness, it seems there's only one kind. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation. He rolled up the sleeve of his Daoist robe and took the female cultivator who was practically indistinguishable from flame hibiscus into his hand. He once again glanced at the black sand that had already closed in the blink of an eye. Knowing that he didn't have any extra time to save others, he immediately urged his magic power and escaped into the ground, escaping out of Ink Cloud Black Forest. Not long after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, countless amounts of black sand rushed over, annihilating everything within 100 feet of the secret passage. Even before the black sand settled down, countless bursting sounds came from nearby, like bubbles bursting out from the mud in the sea, rising and falling one after another, the sounds unceasingly resounding. Following the appearance of these bursting sounds, all of the black sand within a range of about 10 miles was stirred up, and all of the black wood was blasted apart. Wave after wave of intense fluctuations were emitted from these bursting sounds. Not only did it wantonly spread out within 10 miles, it also unbridled rushed to the surroundings of Ink Cloud Black Forest, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Even the group of Mo Zhao was shocked by the sudden change. They stayed far away and did not dare to get close to it. After waiting for nearly an hour, a loud boom sounded, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A black spot appeared on the ground, and this black spot instantly expanded, like a whirlpool turning into a black hole. Inside the black hole, rays of black and white brilliance rotated like a wave wheel. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and a figure rushed out from the black hole. Ha ha ha! Another loud and clear laugh sounded. I finally rushed into the 9th heaven. The figure actually laughed loudly and rushed into the black sand. A day later, at a place a few miles away from the original exit of the secret path, a figure rushed out from the ground. Once this figure appeared in the air, he did not stop at all. He flew close to the ground and only stopped abruptly after flying for several hundred feet. Looking at the tall and thin figure, if it wasn't Xiaohua who had already recovered his original appearance, who else could it be? Alas, I finally rushed out. Xiaohua looked at the sunlight sprinkling on his body, and then looked behind him, at the Yingxiao Black Forest, and sighed. Fortunately, I'm already very close to the edge. Otherwise, with this Xiao's ability, it would really be difficult to rush out from inside. That's right. Although the place where the secret path disappeared was only 1 or 2 days away from the Ink Cloud Black Forest, and Xiaohua's earth escape technique was extremely fast, it had taken Xiaohua a long time to cover such a short distance, and he had almost rushed into the depths of the Ink Cloud Black Forest several times. Come out! Xiaohua shook his Daoist robe, and the female cultivator that he had been holding in his hand was shaken to the ground. Xiaohua stretched out his hand, and placed his finger on the female cultivator's wrist. After a brief inspection, he pressed his hand between the female cultivator's armpits. NNN. The female cultivator groaned, and unexpectedly opened her eyes. This female cultivator was only knocked out by the impact of the flame thunderbolt and the strange changes in the Yingxiao Black Forest. Naturally, Xiaohua already knew that this female cultivator must be wearing a protective armor, otherwise, she would have been torn apart like Huichong and Huiming. Just as the female cultivator opened her eyes, she was immediately forced to close them due to the intense sunlight. Moreover, at the same time, the female cultivator very cleverly urged her magic power, wanting to fly. Unfortunately, her flight talisman had already been torn apart by the impact of the Yingxiao Black Forest, so how could she still fly? The female cultivator's figure struggled on the ground, and immediately jumped up vigorously. With a slight glance, her gaze fell on Xiaohua's face. It was very obvious that Xiaohua's face was extremely unfamiliar to her. He was not one of the dozen cultivators who had passed through the secret path with her. Immediately, the the female cultivator did not hurry to salute, but naturally touched her face with her hand, as if to confirm something. Senior. When the female cultivator's hand left her forehead, the female cultivator slightly urged her magic, and after sensing Xiaohua's cultivation, she hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, Junior. After saying these two words, the female cultivator's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression, and she cried out, You are Xiaohua. When the two words Xiaohua came out, the female cultivator was so frightened that her face turned pale. She actually looked around, as if she wanted to escape. Chapter 3076. Who are you? How do you know this old man's name? Xiaohua frowned and asked coldly. This junior is a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain. The female cultivator realized that there was no one else around. She panicked but slowly calmed down. She hurriedly bowed and said, Because my Blazing Fire Mountain has always had battle reports from Sky Patrol City. Not only Martial Uncle Xiao, but also Martial Uncle Li Zongbao, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia's information and appearance. Moreover, this junior is Hua Furong's maid. I often hear Miss talk about Martial Uncle Xiao, so this junior recognized Martial Uncle Xiao when I saw him. Oh. Xiaohua's face showed a smile. He thought that this female cultivator would repeat what she said in the secret path, but he did not expect her to become Hua Furong's maid. Was this not a lie? However, Xiaohua did not expose her. Instead, he asked curiously, Since you are a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain and Hua Furong's maid, why did you come to Inkcloud Black Forest alone? And you fainted in the secret path? If I did not pass through the secret path, wouldn't you be covered by the Inkcloud Black Forest? Swallowed by the Inkcloud Black Forest? The female cultivator was a little surprised. She did not know how long she had fainted and did not know if this was the original exit of the secret path. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, This junior naturally wanted to pass through the secret path to Meng country. But I did not expect that when I reached the edge of Inkcloud Black Forest, I encountered a change and the secret path was destroyed. If this junior was not wearing the secret armor, I am afraid that I would have been buried in Inkcloud Black Forest. I could not wait for Martial Uncle Zhao's rescue. Ah. Are you going to Meng country? Xiaohua was shocked and said, But this is Shi country. This Xiao is returning to Shi country from Meng country. It seems that this Xiao has brought you to the wrong place. What? This is Shi country. How is that possible? The female cultivator was also stunned. She looked around in disbelief and said puzzledly, Martial Uncle Xiao, this scenery should be Meng country. How can it be Shi country? He, yes. Xiaohua sneered, Since you know that this is Meng country, how can this Xiao not know? I just want to know, when can a lie be exposed? Martial Uncle Xiao. Panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. She whispered, Senior, what is the meaning of this? This Xiao heard that Ardent Fire Mountain has already been divided into 3 parts. Where did Flaming Hibiscus come from? Where was the Fire Qilin? Who are you? Xiaohua coldly said, Even though this Xiao has some friendship with these two, as Hua Furong's maid, you should naturally know how the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain treated this Xiao in the past, right? This Xiao will not be courteous to the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain. Martial Uncle Xiao. The female cultivator immediately turned pitiful and said in a low voice, Junior knows her mistake. This junior is the maid of young noble Fire Qilin. However, this junior knows that my young master has offended senior before, so this junior doesn't dare to say it out loud. I hope senior can understand. Xiaohua's expression was a bit calm as he lightly said, the Fire Qilin didn't offend this Xiao. If you were the Fire Qilin servant girl, then this Xiao would definitely not make things difficult for you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Xiao. A trace of joy flashed through the female cultivator's eyes. She whispered, No wonder Miss Furong has always been praising Martial Uncle. It turns out that Martial Uncle's mind is not ordinary. Xiaohua sneered, is this Xiao worth arguing with him? Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua asked again, how are flaming hibiscus and fire qilin now? Why did you come to Meng country? Okay, martial uncle knows. That female cultivator's face was once again filled with sorrow. She whispered, although Miss Furong and my young master have a very good relationship, but, after all, they are not of the same lineage. The two of them are only Foundation establishment disciples. Under the coercion of a gold core master, they are unable to act independently. Now, they are like fire and water. This junior has received the order of my young master to come to Meng country to handle a secret matter. As for what it is, I hope martial uncle Xiao can understand. This junior can't answer. Since it is the matter of the fire qilin, then this Xiao will not ask any more. Xiaohua sighed, this Xiao is old acquaintances with flaming hibiscus and fire qilin. I don't wish for any gap to appear between them. Yes, my young master is also unwilling. That female cultivator's face was filled with helplessness, but now, ardent fire mountain. Alas, it is already torn apart. My young master is also unable to act independently. Forget it. This is your ardent fire mountain's internal affairs. Whether it is flaming hibiscus or fire qilin who took the lead, it has nothing to do with this Xiao. Xiaohua sighed and pointed his finger into the distance, let's go. A few miles ahead, there seems to be someone looking for you. Perhaps they are looking for you. This Xiao will send you there. Hee, many thanks, martial uncle Xiao. That female cultivator happily said, this junior will definitely bring martial uncle Xiao's words to my young master. If both of them can live in harmony, how good would that be? Yes, in this world, the most precious thing is family affection. Don't wait until you no longer have the opportunity to know the importance of family affection. Xiaohua nodded and took the lead to fly up. Not long after, she saw several Foundation establishment cultivators flying over in front of her. Their divine senses also swept over, and the female cultivator's face revealed a happy expression. She called out, martial uncle Xiao, these are the masters who came to find this junior. They are also my young master's martial brothers. You can chat with them as much as you want. At this point, the female cultivator was somewhat hesitant, however, they and Miss Hibiscus are extremely against each other, so it's like this. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, since it's like this Xiao won't go over. If flaming hibiscus were to know, I'm afraid there would be some misunderstandings. After your Ardent Fire Mountain's affairs are finished, it won't be too late for this Xiao to go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Then. All right. The female cultivator's face revealed extreme reluctance, then she respectfully bowed and said, this junior thanks martial uncle Xiao for saving my life. This junior will definitely bring martial uncle Xiao's words to my young master. Moreover, this junior will definitely think of a way to bring it to Miss Hibiscus. Please tell me the direction. Good. If that's the case, this Xiao didn't save you in vain. Xiaohua nodded, then with a flick of his sleeve, he pulled himself away and flew in another direction. Respectfully sending martial uncle Xiao off. The female cultivator stood in midair and called out very respectfully. Xiaohua naturally didn't reply, and flew further and further away. Miss. The several Foundation establishment cultivators flew closer and immediately surrounded this female cultivator. One of them called out, you, shut up. The female cultivator glared at him, stopping that cultivator. Yes. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shut his mouth, similarly looking into the distance. That cultivator just now was Xiaohua. The female cultivator saw that Xiaohua had already flown far away, then said in a low voice, Imperial Thunder Sex Xiaohua. Hiss, that cultivator also exclaimed in a low voice, that Xiaohua who made outstanding military achievements in the Great Dao Sword War and has some friendship with flaming hibiscus and fire qilin. That's right. The respect on the female cultivator's face had already completely disappeared, and she said coldly, if he knew my identity, would I still be able to go to that place safely? Would I still be able to find opponents to deal with those two? Yes, yes, this subordinate understands. That cultivator hurriedly replied. Let's go. The female cultivator waved her hand, but this Xiao Hua, he's just a facade. That's right, miss, what happened in Inkcloud Black Forest? There seems to be a great change inside. How did you come out? The Foundation Establishment cultivator asked again. There are no other secret passages around here, and the original secret passage seems to have been completely destroyed. What? This place. The female cultivator obviously thought of something, and hurriedly said, how far is this place from the original exit of the secret passage? How long is it from the agreed time? Miss came out earlier than the agreed time. That Foundation Establishment cultivator hurriedly replied, moreover, this place is only 3 to 4 li away from the original exit of the secret passage. This is bad. The female cultivator was stunned, then hurriedly reached into her bosom and took out a small storage pouch. When she opened it to take a look, her face unconsciously turned deathly pale. She raised her hand and threw the empty storage pouch into the air, cursing loudly, damned Xiaohua, you. Unfortunately, after saying, you, a few times, the female cultivator became dejected again. She didn't know what to say anymore. It was as if Xiaohua's words were ringing in her ears again. I just want to know, when can a lie be exposed? This damned Xiaohua, he actually knew I was lying from the beginning. The female cultivator slightly narrowed her eyes, looking into the distance. Among those dozen Foundation Establishment cultivators, I'm afraid one of them is Xiaohua in disguise, right? Miss, a Foundation Establishment cultivator hurriedly asked, is it the water element ice essence? Yes, those 6 drops of water element ice essence are gone. The female cultivator had already regained her calmness. What should we do? That Foundation Establishment cultivator was anxious. Without the water element ice essence, how could that person act? Martial uncle, Let's go. Although there is no water element ice essence, I'm here. Am I not worth 6 drops of water element ice essence? The female cultivator indifferently said, since father promised, how could he go back on his words? As long as that senior follows us to the Ardent Fire Mountain, wouldn't it be there? But that Foundation Establishment cultivator still wanted to say something, but seeing the female cultivator's displeased expression, he could only nod and say, I'll listen to Miss Luan's instructions. Damned Xiaohua, this female cultivator called Miss Luan activated her flying talisman, flying several feet, but still unable to vent her anger, she turned her head back, staring at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, fiercely cursing a few words, then flew away again. And how could the distant Xiaohua still hear her? He merely sneered as he flew, inwardly saying, you want to play tricks with this Xiao, you're still too inexperienced. Although this Xiao doesn't know if you're the Fire Qilance maid, with your status as a maid, how could there be water element ice essence in your storage pouch? Moreover, that storage pouch is of the lowest grade. Yes, besides some spirit stones, there's only a disguised jade box inside the storage pouch, there's not even a token. It'd be strange if there's nothing fishy. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wake you up and properly ask you, but since you're Fire Furong's maid, this Xiao will be even more impolite. This Xiao saved your life, yet you still hid it from this Xiao, so what if I took your things? Chapter 3077. Thinking of this, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and looked at it again and again. Then, he raised his head and seemed to be looking for the sun to identify the direction. Suddenly, a very familiar Buddhist sense came out of the Inkcloud Black Forest, and then a familiar voice transmission sounded in Xiaohua's ears, Xiaohua. Why are you here? This is indeed the Inkcloud Black Forest. It's really weird, really weird. Wasn't this the laughter of the human figure that appeared after the secret path in the Inkcloud Black Forest was destroyed? Hanzhu. Wasn't he in the Taiqing sect? How could he appear in the Inkcloud Black Forest? Could it be that Bai Fei was wrong? Xiaohua was really shocked. He stopped in midair and turned to look at the Inkcloud Black Forest. Sure enough, a white-haired cultivator in a light-colored Taoist robe flew out of the ink-cloud black forest. This old man had two thick black broom eyebrows, and a pair of eyes under them were slightly surprised. The pale golden Taoist crown on the old man's head was particularly obvious. Junior Xiaohua greets martial uncle Han Zhu. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed to greet him. Ha, get up. Han Zhu waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "You're now a well-known figure in the Xiaoyu continent. You're no longer the qi refinement kid I saw in the past. Your progress in the past few decades really makes me happy." Han Zhu changed his scolding outside the Sky Patrol City and treated Xiaohua with great kindness. "I don't dare." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I was just lucky. I can't compare to Martial Uncle and other gold core cultivators, but my cultivation base is solid." Martial Uncle's scolding that day was very right, and I've learned a lot from Martial Uncle's teachings. Ha, you still have a long way to go, and your future is excellent. With your current reputation and achievements, you'll definitely surpass me after you condense your gold core. Han Zhu said with a smile. "By the way, Martial Uncle," Xiaohua asked again, "I heard that the Taoist sword war was over, so I wanted to go to the Kunlun sect to find Martial Uncle. But I heard that the gold core masters of the Kunlun sect were invited to the Taiqing sect, so they changed their route and came to Meng Kingdom. But, Martial Uncle, why did you come out of the ink-cloud black forest? Oh. Are you looking for me because of that child?" Han Zhu's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Yes." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "That child has already been unconscious for several years. My family is very worried, so I have no choice but to ask Martial Uncle for help again." "Ha ha ha, fine." Han Zhu looked around and laughed. "I don't have time to bring you to the Buddhist sect's ruins. But now, it's a good opportunity. Let's go. I'll bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and I'll tell you something interesting on the way." When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Han Zhu." Along the way, Han Zhu seemed to be very happy. He answered all of Xiaohua's questions and even took the initiative to tell him about going to the Taiqing sect. After hearing Han Zhu's explanation, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. When Xiaohua was participating in the Feather Immortal gathering of the Taiqing sect, he had heard from Zhen Qing that the 3 peaks of the Taiqing sect were extremely tall. The Taiqing sect claimed that these 3 peaks were pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Zhen Qing also said that since ancient times, no one had been able to truly climb to the top of these 3 peaks. However, what Zhen Qing didn't tell Xiaohua was that because of the 3 peaks, the Taiqing sect would hold an Ascension to Immortality gathering every 60 years. The so-called Ascension to Immortality gathering was actually organized by the Taiqing sect. They would invite Golden Core disciples from the country of Xi, the country of Lian, and the country of Meng to come to the Taiqing sect. They would compare their cultivation techniques and exchange their experiences. At the same time, they would fly and climb the 9 heavens from the 3 peaks. Whoever could climb the highest would be the person who would ascend to immortality in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Of course, the Taiqing sect had a lot of rewards. During the process of climbing, they would experience the battle between humans and the heavens, which was extremely useful for the cultivation of many Golden Core disciples. Therefore, many Golden Core disciples felt proud to participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. However, the Taiqing sect made the decision on who would participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. The sects that would be chosen were also controlled by them. Not just any Golden Core disciple could participate. Every Golden Core disciple who could participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering was an outstanding talent. They were also disciples that the Taiqing sect believed would be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become a grandmaster. As for why Zhen Qing didn't mention it to Xiaohua back then, it was probably because Zhen Qing had never participated in the Ascension to Immortality gathering before. Of course, the Ascension to Immortality gathering this time was different from the previous years. Firstly, it was less than 60 years ago. Secondly, the Tao sect had suffered a great defeat in the Great Tao Sword War. It was also when the Tao sect's cultivators were retreating that Taoist Yu Qing of the Tai Ching sect came out on a whim and invited the Golden Core disciples of the various sects to the Tai Ching sect. He probably wanted to boost the low morale of the crowd. In fact, with Han Zhu's cultivation and reputation, he was far from being qualified to participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. However, since he accompanied Sha Kongzi to Sky Patrol City to participate in the Great Tao Sword War and also made some contributions, he received an invitation from the Tai Ching sect. According to Han Zhu's thinking, it was impossible for him to stand out in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Therefore, he only had the attitude of watching the show. After randomly drawing the heavenly peak, he leisurely set off after everyone rushed up the 3 peaks. However, the strange thing was that when Han Zhu flew to a certain limit, he didn't see any disciples who were flying in front of him. Especially on the heavenly peak, all kinds of dangers appeared as if they were natural barriers that prevented him from approaching the peak. It was also at this moment that he finally understood the meaning of the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Without a certain cultivation and strength, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to charge out of these natural barriers. Just when he was about to give up, Han Zhu was once again determined to win. He used a spell to detect that no one was spying on him. In fact, under such natural barriers, it was impossible for anyone to spy on him. Therefore, he secretly used the Buddhist sect's secret technique. What surprised Han Zhu was that under the support of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, he was able to break through many of the barriers. In the end, he even rushed to the peak of the heavenly peak and broke through the final barrier. He directly entered the land of the 9 heavens that the Tai Ching sect's cultivators spoke of. However, when Han Zhu reached the land of the 9 heavens, he suddenly realized that the land of the 9 heavens was actually extremely similar to the Incloud Black Forest. Moreover, after Han Zhu slightly identified the direction, he rushed out of the land of the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Xiaohua at this moment. What? When Xiaohua heard the last part, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Han Zhu in disbelief and said, "You're saying that the Incloud Black Forest actually leads to the Tai Ching sect's 3 peaks? Above the 9 heavens? How is this possible?" "Yes." Han Zhu also shrugged. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly as if he was about to laugh out loud. This old man definitely didn't expect it. The Tai Ching sect has held this Ascension to Immortality gathering for who knows how many years, and the final goal of the Ascension to Immortality is actually the Incloud Black Forest that we normally pass through. If this old man didn't personally experience it, how could I believe it? Even if this old man were to say it out loud today, I'm afraid it would be a joke, right? Xiaohua shook his head. This experience was truly inconceivable. How could it be possible to break through from the 9 heavens and fly out from the ground? Even if there was some kind of teleportation array, it couldn't be so big. Moreover, from Han Zhu's words, he simply lifted his leg. He didn't feel any teleportation at all, nor was there any fluctuation of magic power. Ouch! Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the bursting bubbles he encountered in the secret path, could it be that Han Zhu was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the Incloud Black Forest? Could it be that he was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the Incloud Black Forest? Then, "Martial uncle, when you were climbing the flying sky peak, did you notice anything unusual?" Xiaohua was originally curious. When he heard such a strange thing, he couldn't wait to immediately climb the flying sky peak, earth peak, and mortal peak. Of course there was something unusual. Han Zhu was in a good mood and said with a smile, "From the bottom of the sky peak to the top, I finally came out of the Incloud Black Forest. I didn't see any other Golden Core disciples from other sects. They couldn't have all broken through the barrier, right? If that's the case, then this immortal ascension. What's the point of existing? That's strange." Xiaohua asked as he flew, "Did you feel anything strange?" "No." Han Zhu shook his head slightly. It was just like ordinary flying. However, the astral winds, wind, fire, and lightning above the 9 heavens were somewhat powerful. They were testing my cultivation. As for the others, well, even if I broke through the barrier and came to the in-cloud black forest, it was just like ordinary flying. Since ancient times, no one has been able to rush to the top of the mountain. However, Martial Uncle Hanju admitted that he wasn't one of them, but he was able to break through the barrier and reach the 9 heavens that no one else has ever reached. Perhaps this has something to do with Martial Uncle's Buddhist sect cultivation? Xiaohua asked probingly. He knew that Hanju was very wary of the Buddhist sect and didn't dare to casually ask about it. The Buddhist sect was destroyed by the Taoist sect. It has long become a legend, annihilated in the dust of time. Hanju sighed and nodded. Nowadays, there are very few people who know that the Buddhist sect still exists in this world. Although my cultivation is at the golden core stage, I know that it's absolutely impossible for me to surpass the senior brothers who climbed the mountain. Therefore, if I have to find a reason, it has to be the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Moreover, now that I think about it, I was a bit rash. My desire to win was too strong, or my understanding of Buddhism was insufficient. These dangers are not natural dangers, but a test from the nascent soul masters or the spirit-severing masters. I can't keep my secret anymore. Disciple heard from my thunder-controlling sect's master that even a spirit-severing stage master has never been able to reach the peak of the Tai Ching sect's heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. Xiaohua comforted again, so wouldn't those dangers be even more powerful? Chapter 3078. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Yes, Hanju, a golden core cultivator, actually rushed to the top of the sky peak that even spirit-severing stage masters couldn't climb. How could this not be noticed? Wasn't he caught in the same dilemma as her? So. Hanju smiled and said, I'll take this opportunity to hide for a while and see the situation of the Tai Ching sect. If someone appears from the in-cloud black forest, then I'll jump out and admit it. Otherwise, I'll have to think about how to deal with it. If no one appears from the in-cloud black forest, then Martial Uncle won't be able to explain it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Indeed. This is also the reason why I have to hide for a while and think about it carefully. Hanju didn't avoid it and explained, moreover, I'll take this opportunity to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect and awaken your relative. This can be considered as a bit of merit for me. Yes, Martial Uncle's benevolence is far from what I can compare to. Xiaohua said with a smile very naturally. Yes, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is different from that of the Taoist sect. Not only do we have to be proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, but we also have to be benevolent. We have to face the sufferings of the world with a heart that says if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Only then can we comprehend the profoundness of the Buddhist Dharma. Hanju nodded and said. Then, what is hell? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It's the place where all ghosts go, the source of all evil. Hanju explained without hesitation, after all living things die, they have to go through the trial of hell in order to have the possibility of reincarnation. Only by going through hell can one eliminate the sins of the mortal world and reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Isn't that the same as the netherworld? Xiaohua gasped. He almost said that it was the same as the netherworld that Huda God transformed into. That's right. Hanju nodded. Hell and the netherworld are the same. They're both places where souls go. Then where is this hell? Xiaohua suddenly recalled the pitch-black silhouette that he saw through the netherworld mirror and the inexplicable words. How would I know? Hanju said indifferently, this hell is the opposite of the Buddhist sect's Western paradise. It's the most hidden place in the world. Even when the Buddhist sect prospered, countless Buddhist monks tirelessly searched for it, but still couldn't find it. Now that the Buddhist sect has long been annihilated, who can still find it? Then, where did this Western paradise and hell come from? Xiaohua loved to get to the bottom of things, so he immediately asked. The Western paradise is also known as the Western paradise. It is a world of solemnity, tranquility, and equality that the Supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect has achieved through the 48 Great Wishes. The Buddhists and people here were all born from the lotus flowers in the Seven Treasures pool. They were all great arhats who possessed the body of Vajranarayan. The people here are all good people, so they don't suffer, hence the name, bliss. Hanju flew in the air and looked into the distance with great longing. Furthermore, the people in the Western Paradise all have supreme Buddhist Dharma. No matter what aptitude they have, they can cultivate Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist Dharma is a natural combination with the Tao of heaven and earth. It can move mountains, drain seas, and summon the wind and rain. If the Western Paradise is the residence of the gods and Buddhas, then hell would be the depraved land of thousands of evil ghosts. It would be filthy beyond compare. The evil ghosts within would suffer the bone-scraping pain of the chilly wind every day, and suffer the bone-piercing pain of the ghost stars every night. Uncle Master, since you don't know where hell is, then what about the Western Paradise? Is there a place to go? Xiao Hua asked with longing. The Western Paradise that the Buddha has established is located in the West. It is 10 trillion Buddhist lands away from the Saha world that we live in, the 5 turbid evil worlds. Han Zhu said with melancholy. That tone and his somewhat ferocious face made people feel baffled. The Saha world? Xiao Hua was even more confused. This was the first time he had heard the word world. Moreover, it appeared from time to time in Han Zhu's mouth. It seemed that his own exquisite leaf scripture didn't have such a word. The Saha world refers to the mortal world. It doesn't only belong to my Xiaoyu continent. Han Zhu explained. Just like the cultivation world, there are also millions of Meng mountains. Oh. Although Xiao Hua was confused, he knew that if he went to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of scriptures. His doubts would all be solved. Therefore, he didn't ask any more about the Saha world. What is Buddhist lands? Disciple only knows that distances are measured in feet, and li. How can there be Buddhist lands? Buddhist lands? One Buddhist lands is the 3,000 boundless worlds. In the eyes of the mortal world, this Buddhist lands can't be crossed even if he used 3 lifetimes. And this Buddhist lands are in the hearts of the devout Buddhists. Under the guidance of the Bodhisattva, they can reach it in an instant. Han Zhu chuckled and explained. Then, he suddenly asked, Xiao Hua, do you know how long an instant is? How long? A while. Xiao Hua was stunned and casually replied. A flick of the finger is 60 instants. An ordinary person can have 900 thoughts in an instant. Do you know how long an instant is? Think about it, Buddhists only need an instant to cross the 3,000 boundless worlds. How great is that? That Buddha is so merciful to all living beings. Relying on the power of Buddha, he can bring karma to the pure land. Han Zhu sighed and said. So short. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. However, he smiled and said, then it's better to cross the 3,000 boundless worlds in an instant. Isn't that faster? What do you know? Han Zhu sneered. The Western Pure Land is the place where Buddhists achieve great success. It's already Buddha's grace that ordinary Buddhists can go there. Moreover, in an instant, 900 thoughts will arise. These thoughts are both good and evil. If there's only one evil thought, it'll be tainted by obsession. How can one enter the Western Pure Land? Xiao Hua curled his lips and whispered, isn't this Buddha too harsh? Han Zhu wanted to scold him again, but Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, that's right, Martial Uncle, what's that boundless world? Could it be that there's a small thousand world? Every small world has the same form. In the center, there's Mount Meru. It passes through the sea and stands on the earth wheel. Below the earth wheel is the golden wheel, below it is the water wheel, below it is the wind wheel, and beyond the wind wheel is the void. The top and bottom of Mount Meru are big, but the center is small. The sun and moon are on the mountainside. The 4 heavenly kings reside on the 4 sides of the mountainside. The daily heaven is at the top of the mountain. Above the daily heaven are the Yama heaven, Tusita heaven, Wala heaven, and Paravarambhava heaven. Above them are the 18 heavens of the color realm and the 4 heavens of the colorless realm. At the base of Mount Meru are 7 layers of golden mountains and 7 layers of perfume seas. Between each sea is a layer of mountains. Outside the 7th layer of golden mountains is the Alkali Sea. Beyond the Alkali Sea is the Grand Taiwei Mountain. Around the Alkali Sea are 4 major continents. They are the Dongxing Divine Continent, protected by Heavenly King Qigua in the east, the Nansibu Continent, protected by Heavenly King Xingzhang in the south, the Aparagodania Continent, protected by Heavenly King Guangmu in the west, and the Uttarakuru Continent, protected by Heavenly King Duowen in the north. They are called the 4 heavens. Beside each continent are 2 middle continents and hundreds of small continents. The 9 mountains and 8 seas, the sun and the moon, the 4 major continents, the 6 desires heaven, and the initial Zen 3 heavens above. 1,000 small worlds, with the 2 Zen 3 heavens above them, formed a small thousand world. 1,000 small thousand worlds, with the 3 Zen 3 heavens above them, formed a middle thousand world. 1,000 middle thousand worlds, with the 4 Zen 9 heavens above them, and the 4 empty heavens above them, formed a great thousand world. Because there are multiples of 3,000 in the middle, the great thousand world is also called the 3,000 great thousand world. Han Zhu explained patiently. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was a little dizzy from listening, especially because he was very disappointed. This was because there had never been any life in his space. He thought that his space was a minor kiliacosm, but according to Frost Bamboo, his space was completely different from the so-called minor kiliacosm. Yes, it was even different from a minor kiliacosm. How could he be interested? What? Han Zhu asked faintly, your ancestral mantra doesn't mention anything about it? You have also read the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. There is no explanation about it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Seeing that Han Zhu thought of something, he asked embarrassedly, also, Martial Uncle, this disciple still has a question. Please don't blame me. Ask. Han Zhu glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded. This. Xiao Hua slightly hesitated and said in a low voice, although the Buddhist sect was destroyed. But, this Mount Meru, this Grand Taiwei Mountain, they were not destroyed. Humph, as expected by Xiao Hua, Han Zhu glared at Xiao Hua and then said with a cold snort, you are asking this old man, who should this old man ask? These are all records of the Western Paradise. You will know once you go to the Western Paradise. Yes, yes, Xiao Hua knew that he had hit Han Zhu's weak spot and hurriedly smiled apologetically, presumably, this Mount Meru was also destroyed by my Dao sect. Your Dao sect? Han Zhu said faintly, I'm afraid that you have to figure out whether you are a Dao sect or a Buddhist sect. Then what about Martial Uncle? Xiao Hua hurriedly said, this disciple is really confused now. But what you are, this disciple is. What this old man is, this old man naturally understands. Han Zhu did not look at Xiao Hua and only looked at the floating clouds in the distance. He said word by word, but what you are, you must figure it out yourself. You are not the same as this old man. Hiss, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and was slightly shocked in his heart. Not only are you different from this old man, the 6 people that you are about to meet are also different. Han Zhu did not notice Xiao Hua's abnormality and said again, everyone has their own path and the right to choose the path that they want to walk. Perhaps you did not have to choose before exploring the ruins of the Buddhist sect. But after arriving at the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you must make a choice. Although Han Zhu's words were obscure, Xiao Hua understood it very well. He had also said these words to others before. Thus, he bitterly smiled and said, Martial Uncle, didn't you also come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect before? Could it be that you already made a choice at that time? Chapter 3079. Indeed. Han Zhu nodded and said, "It is precisely because of this that this old man had to ask you in advance. Buddhist sect is really different from Tao sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a conflict. This conflict was so big that it could actually destroy Buddhist sect. It is not like sword cultivators who can stand side by side with Tao sect. After this war, sword cultivators already have the possibility of suppressing Tao sect." Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua himself has sword origin. Of course, he knows that sword cultivators also use spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which coincides with Tao sect. On the other hand, Buddhist sect simply regards spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nothing. Of course, it is different from Tao sect. It is just that, this disciple is very curious, how did martial uncle choose? Xiaohua probed again. Tao sect emphasizes the 3,000 great Tao. Buddhist sect also emphasizes that Buddhist Dharma does not help people who are not fated. If you do not understand, this old man will say it is useless. You should take advantage of this period of time to properly think about it. Han Zhu did not say anything, causing Xiaohua to feel helpless. After that, Han Zhu brought Xiaohua all the way to the south and east. They gradually entered some dangerous foothills and were actually getting closer to the Kueha Sea. Moreover, Han Zhu actually flew straight over without using any teleportation formation. Although Xiaohua was very calm in his heart, his face revealed a puzzled expression. One day, just as they secretly flew over a city, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, Meng country, this disciple has also come here when training in the past. Even the Kueha Sea, this disciple has also been there. But I have never encountered any Buddhist sect ruins. How did you discover these Buddhist sect ruins?" Hehe, if Buddhist sect ruins can be easily discovered by others, can they still be called Buddhist sect ruins? Han Zhu sneered and said, "Back then, this old man accidentally obtained the Golden Swan rune. I thought it was a supreme secret manual for Tao cultivation. I practiced it bitterly behind everyone's back. When I had some small success, I had another opportunity. Only then did I understand that this Golden Swan rune was actually Buddhist sect. It is a great enemy of my Tao sect. And that opportunity led this old man to explore the Buddhist sect ruins for the first time. From there, I obtained many benefits. Of course, these benefits are only secondary. The most important thing is that this old man knows what I am. What I want to do. At the same time, I also know that Buddhist sect was not completely destroyed by Tao sect. Ah. This. How is this possible?" Xiaohua said in shock. "If they weren't annihilated, why don't we see the Buddhist sect's inheritance?" Xiaohua, don't forget. The Buddhist sect followed the same cultivation path as the Taoist sect. How could they be so easily destroyed by the Taoist sect? If they were killed so easily, would they still be called a Buddhist sect? Reminded Han Zhu. Xiaohua still didn't understand and shook his head slightly. Not to mention that you don't understand it now, even I didn't understand it back then. Han Zhu said with a smile. However, this matter can't be investigated further. You'll understand once I tell you something. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Xiaohua liked to ask for advice the most, so he naturally asked immediately. Do you know what it means to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Han Zhu said with a smile, although the Buddhist sect has been annihilated, their heritage can still become another branch of the Tao sect. It's just that, their cultivation is already the same as the Tao sect. This disciple understands. Xiaohua naturally understood. What you mean is that the Buddhist sect hasn't been annihilated, wrong. The Buddhist sect was annihilated. Han Zhu shook his head. It's just that their cultivation method was used by the Taoist sect. From another point of view, the Buddhist sect still exists. Then, which sect in Meng country? Xiaohua looked into the distance and pondered. There are many cultivation families in Meng country. Han Zhu said with a smile. Many of them used the Taoist sex cultivation method to cultivate some Buddhist sex cultivation method. Of course, these cultivation families are extremely small and didn't have any great achievements. However, there is a cultivation sect that borrows a lot from the Buddhist sect in many of their spells and artifacts. Qingyi sect. Hearing that there was a cultivation sect, Xiaohua understood. If there was a large cultivation sect in the direction that the two of them were flying in, it could only be the Qingyi sect. That's right, it's the Qingyi sect. Han Zhu nodded. This cultivation sect isn't too far from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Presumably, they were one of the main forces when the Buddhist sect was annihilated. After the Buddhist sect was annihilated, they also obtained a lot of benefits from the Buddhist sect. That's how they obtained the Buddhist sex cultivation method. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. The Qingyi sect's disciple, Ji Hong, who died in the Dao Sword War, her magic treasure, from what I see, it should be a Buddhist artifact. Han Zhu said again. That skeleton, which sect in our Taoist sect has it? Perhaps? Xiaohua had never seen Ji Hong's magic treasure, so he naturally didn't dare to say more. Therefore, the Buddhist sect can't be annihilated. The Taoist sect can only deceive themselves when they say that they are the strongest. Han Zhu concluded again. Indeed, Xiaohua heard and nodded inwardly. Although Han Zhu mentioned the Buddhist sect and didn't mention Confucian cultivators. From what Xiaohua knew, whether it was Jingbo City, Tianmen Mountain, or even the Million Meng Mountains, they all seemed to have the faint inheritance of Confucian cultivators. These were all like sparks of fire in a prairie that were extremely difficult to completely extinguish. After flying for more than 10 days, the foothills became even more dangerous. There were more fog, miasma, wind, rain, and ferocious beasts. Seeing that they had arrived at a towering mountain ridge, Han Zhu stopped in midair and released his Buddhist sense. After looking for a long time, he rushed in with Xiaohua and landed in a hidden valley. Han Zhu stood on a large rock in the valley and slapped his hand. He took out a thumb-sized Buddhist bead from his storage bag and threw it into the air. His two hands danced as if he was forming a spell, but there was no magic power fluctuation between his hands. On the contrary, a faint Buddhist light was emitted from his hands. Buddhist seal. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand a little. It turned out that this Buddhist seal could also be formed from both hands. It wasn't formed from Buddhist relics as he thought. Following the emergence of the Buddha light, the Buddha beads slowly trembled and absorbed the wisps of Buddha light. Soon after, the Buddha beads gradually expanded and transformed into 3 Buddha statues that were either standing, lying, or sitting cross-legged. Amitabha. Han Zhu chanted the name of Buddha and pushed with his hand. The 3 Buddha statues formed by the Buddhist bead flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Whoosh! On the stone wall, as the 3 Buddha statues rushed in, a milky white Buddhist light appeared. Faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. Lotus platforms that looked like pigeons flew out one after another and bloomed in midair. Let's go, Han Zhu called out, and he was the first to enter the lotus platform. With a strange bang, the lotus platform quickly spiraled and rushed into the stone wall with Han Zhu. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He also stepped on a lotus platform and flew into the stone wall. After the lotus platform, there was a huge stone cave. There were curtains and waterfalls on both sides of the stone cave. The sound was very loud, but it couldn't be heard outside the cave. Xiaohua looked at the furnishings in the stone cave and asked in a low voice, This is the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Hee, how could this be the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Han Zhu said with a smile, this is just where I was lucky enough to find out about the secret of the Buddhist sect. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. But, I know how you feel. Han Zhu explained, in order to awaken your relatives, I need to borrow the power of the Buddhist array in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect is something that I've been planning for many years. Ever since I met you in the early years, I've found 6 more disciples who cultivated the Buddhist sect. Didn't this old man say it before? Each of you has your own path, but before you reach the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you have to make your own choice. After I met you outside the Sky Patrol City, I sent a message to each of them and told them to be prepared. Once the Great War of Sword and Path is over, we will enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect while the Taoist sect cultivators are cleaning up after the war and not paying attention to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This old man has his own fortuitous encounters, and you all have your own fortuitous encounters. Everyone has to be careful with their cultivation. As for entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect in the future, it will depend on your own opportunities. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Uncle, are you waiting for them to come together? Yes, they have received the news that the Great War of Sword and Path is over, so they should be here soon. However, I didn't tell them this place directly, so I have to go out and pick them up. Or I can send you a message when the time comes, and you can meet up with us. Han Zhu looked at the stone cave and said, this place is very hidden. If I'm not around, you can use it. Therefore, I don't want them to know about this place. Thank you, uncle. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He knew that Han Zhu was taking care of him, so he bowed and thanked him. Well, how's your great strength Vajradharma body? Han Zhu asked casually, but he didn't seem to care too much about it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I've already said that my aptitude is low, so I didn't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body. I haven't made any progress in the past few years. Sigh, this is a little troublesome. Han Zhu muttered. There's a place in the ruins of the Buddhist sect that specializes in studying the great strength Vajradharma body. I thought you would have made some progress. I can't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body, but I still have some strength. If it's possible. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I've naturally heard of your strength. Han Zhu said with a smile. I've also seen it at the Feather Immortal Assembly. It's because of this that I wanted to bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. That's good. Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief, and then probed, I presume that uncle has also cultivated the great strength Vajradharma body. Yes, that's true. However, I don't have your innate strength, so I can only call it the Vajradharma body. However, if you and I work together, we should be able to break through that place. Han Zhu didn't hide it, and he looked at Xiaohua and nodded. Very good. I'll definitely do my best. Xiaohua smiled. Also, how's your telekinesis cultivation? Han Zhu asked again. When the 8 of us set up the Buddhist formation, we'll need telekinesis. Chapter 3080. Psychokinesis. Xiaohua is dumbfounded. Back then, when he controlled the clear water bottle, he also saw psychokinesis mentioned in the Golden Swan text, but how could he cultivate psychokinesis? The exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete to begin with. Perhaps the cultivation of psychokinesis was still within those golden leaves that he didn't know where they were. Ah. You actually don't know psychokinesis? Seeing Xiaohua's appearance, Han Zhu is also stunned. He hurriedly says, since you have Buddhist awareness, how can you not have psychokinesis? Martial uncle, Xiaohua says helplessly, what's the relationship between psychokinesis and Buddhist awareness? Disciple does indeed have Buddhist awareness, but I have never heard of psychokinesis. Forget it, Han Zhu is extremely helpless, even more helpless than when he was helpless to teach Xiaohua back then. He weakly waves his hand and says dispiritedly, this old man doesn't know what to say to you. The birth of Buddhist awareness is completely different from the birth of my Tao sect's divine sense. You can easily cultivate it. Of course, the level of your Buddhist awareness is extremely low because of your mental cultivation method. But since you can produce Buddhist awareness, why can't you cultivate psychokinesis? That. Martial uncle, what's psychokinesis? Xiaohua says with a bitter smile, disciple doesn't know how to produce psychokinesis. Doesn't your Heart Sutra have it? Han Zhu says somewhat angrily. Disciple doesn't understand. Xiaohua naturally didn't pay attention to whether or not that Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra had any cultivation method of psychokinesis. He just opened his mouth and said, "Moreover, what Buddhist array, this disciple doesn't understand it at all. If you have any golden puppet, you can give it to this disciple to comprehend." Alas! Han Zhu sighs, "This old man overestimates you a bit. Back then, when I first saw you at the Taiching Sex Feather Immortal Assembly and sensed your Buddhist awareness, I thought you would definitely be able to help this old man. But, forget it, I won't say any more." As he spoke, Han Zhu flicked his hand and took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua. One of these is how to cultivate psychokinesis, and the other is a superficial Buddhist formation technique. It was originally given to disciples who don't have Buddhist awareness. Take it and have a look. But you don't have much time. Take a look at the Buddhist array first. After all, when the time comes, we will need to use Buddhist awareness to help this old man. Yes, I understand. Hearing Han Zhu's words, Xiaohua felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't cultivate the exquisite Shell Leaf Sutra. All of it was given to the Buddha relic soul to comprehend. Currently, the Buddha relic only had a 2nd grade lotus platform. It was still far from a 9th grade lotus platform. After Xiaohua took the jade slip, Han Zhu also lost interest in talking to Xiaohua. He turned around and left the cave, walking away without saying a word. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed at himself awkwardly. He did not have any complaints in his heart. After all, he still had to rely on Han Zhu to wake up Jiang Luer. If he offended Han Zhu, he was afraid that Jiang Luer would never wake up again. Then, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Luer again, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his divine sense into the 2 jade slips. Sure enough, just as Han Zhu said, the Buddhist cultivation method inside was very simple. Xiaohua only needed to look at it for a while to understand. Although the Buddhist array of the Buddhist sect was different from the array of the Taoist sect, there was no special difference in essence. It was the Buddhist seal and Buddhist weapon that set up the array. With Xiaohua's level of array formation, he quickly understood. Of course, Han Zhu did not want Xiaohua to set up the array. He just wanted Xiaohua to cooperate and borrow his Buddhist awareness. Wouldn't that be simpler? Then, Xiaohua focused his attention on the generation of psychokinesis. Xiaohua naturally knew what psychokinesis was. It was the power of belief. However, knowing was one thing, but to give birth to it was another. Starting from nothing had always been the most difficult step. Damn it! Xiaohua tried for a day. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, but it did not produce a trace of psychokinesis. He shouted fiercely, "This Buddhist weapon can be controlled through the Buddhist seal of the Buddha relic. Why does it have to use psychokinesis? Isn't this the legendary, superfluous act of taking off one's pants to fart?" However, Han Zhu was admittedly a senior of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua still did not dare to project his own Buddha relic. He did not believe that the exquisite leaf scripture came from the exquisite pagoda. That kind of cultivation method could be low-level. Moreover, Xiaohua's divine sense was almost catching up to Buddhist awareness under the sun-shrouding art. However, Xiaohua had just obtained 2 Buddhist mantras, and his Buddhist awareness surpassed the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. How could this kind of cultivation method be low-level? I'd better try. Xiaohua took a breath, calmed his heart, and tried to use psychokinesis step by step. A few days later, Xiaohua was excitedly manipulating the weak telekinesis he had just produced. Suddenly, his heart surged, and a faint Buddhist light flashed out. At the same time, Han Zhu's somewhat dull voice sounded in his ears, "Xiaohua, come out. This Buddhist formation doesn't need any Buddhist seals from the inside out. I and the others will wait for you outside." Yes, Xiaohua came to a realization. Isn't this the Buddhist sect's telepathy? Damn, it can actually produce Buddhist light. No wonder Han Zhu scolded me so badly that day. If I had a nascent soul master next to me, I'm afraid I would have been exposed. With that thought, Xiaohua put away the jade slip and other things, got up, and left the cave. It was already dark outside the foothills. The thick dark clouds in the sky were like continuous waves, covering the entire sky. It was impossible to tell what time it was. Although there was no thunder or lightning, the edges of the dark clouds were bright and contained raindrops that were about to pour down. Xiaohua roughly looked around, but he didn't see anyone. He released his divine sense again and scanned the surroundings. Only then did he discover that Han Zhu had stopped several li to the east with 6 mesmerized disciples. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He also took out his mesmerized disciples and flew to that place. Disciple greets martial uncle. Xiaohua saw through the mesmerization of 2 aura-refining disciples at a glance. However, he still obediently saluted Han Zhu. Han Zhu's tone was indifferent as he said, "Come here." "Yes." Xiaohua landed and stood next to Han Zhu. Han Zhu looked at the 7 people in front of him and said, "Although the 7 of you can't be considered my disciples, you've all cultivated the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques. In my eyes, you're even closer than ordinary disciples. However, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect are natural enemies. They were destroyed by the Taoist sect long ago. Moreover, the Taoist sect now views the Buddhist sect as an even more important enemy than sword cultivators. You Buddhist sect cultivators absolutely can't be known by others. When I discovered you all that year, I already made it clear and taught you the corresponding concealment techniques. Therefore, although you're all disciples of the Buddhist sect, for the sake of each other's safety, you all don't have to reveal yourselves aside from me. In other words, only I know who you are, and others don't know. You all can be at ease. Actually, you all don't have to worry. I've never planned to rebuild the Buddhist sect and promote the Buddhist sect. Nor will I ask you to join any Buddhist sect. However, after I obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques, I felt that the Buddhist sect's cultivation direction was different from the Taoist sect's cultivation direction. There was a different kind of wonder in it, so I focused on cultivating it. When I found out that you all had such opportunities, I wanted to guide you all more. Otherwise, with my golden core cultivation, if I wanted to recruit a few more disciples, how difficult would it be? Han Zhu continued, most importantly, now that all of you have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, you naturally know the wonders of it. No matter where you are, having the Buddhist sect's cultivation will always bring unexpected benefits. Even if you fight with others, you'll still have the upper hand. Since that's the case, why don't we cultivate more Buddhist sect's remarkable abilities? If we want to find the annihilated Buddhist sect's secret technique on the Dawn Rain mainland, I'm afraid we can only head to the Buddhist sect's ruins. Speaking of the Buddhist sect's ruins, a disciple once mentioned it to me. He said that since it's a ruin, it's probably already in ruins and it's impossible to find anything. Even if there was anything, it would have long been destroyed by the Taoist sect's teachers who entered before us. Moreover, since we know about the Buddhist sect's ruins, how can the Taoist sect's teachers not know? The Taoist sect's teachers must have taken precautions. Why should we take this risk? Han Zhu seemed to dispel everyone's doubts and continued to explain. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was anxious. He couldn't wait to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins and wake Jiang Luer up. As for the remnant leaf of the exquisite leaf scripture, Xiaohua really didn't care too much about it at this moment. However, Han Zhu continued in a low voice, actually, this disciple's worries aren't groundless. From the golden talisman I obtained, there were indeed quite a number of Tao sect disciples searching for the ruins of the Buddhist sect tens of thousands of years ago, and the Tao sect's teachers did indeed kill quite a number of cultivators who tried in vain to restore the Buddhist sect. However, how can the Buddhist sect's ruins be easy to find? If you don't have the Buddhist sect's cultivation, even if you stand on the ruins, you won't be able to find the entrance to the ruins. Moreover, after so many years, how many Taoist sect cultivators still know about the Buddhist sect? Even for me, I only occasionally obtained a shabby jade slip and then went through all kinds of twists and turns to obtain some golden too before I truly began to come into contact with the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. In these hundreds of years, I've only met 7 Taoist sect disciples who were able to cultivate Buddhist consciousness. Other than you, is there anyone else on Dawn Rain mainland who knows about the Buddhist sect? Will there still be people who come to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Yes, this disciple understands Martial Uncle's painstaking efforts. A disciple replied in a hoarse voice, this disciple doesn't know what others are thinking, but this disciple wants to find more Buddhist techniques and golden too in the Buddhist sect's ruins. It would be even better if there were secret techniques that could increase one's magical powers. Therefore, this disciple has long wanted to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Martial Uncle, please bring this disciple there as soon as possible. Chapter 3081. Ha ha ha. Han Zhu laughed heartily. Actually, I've been talking for half a day, but it's not as clear as what you just said. That's right, I want to enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect for my divine ability and cultivation. With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can say that we have an invisible hand compared to others. The stronger this hand is, the easier it is for us to defeat others. Especially what I told you just now, about my experience in the Tai Ching sect. If I didn't have the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, how could I surpass others? How could I step into the land of the 9 heavens? With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, it's not difficult for you to condense a core and conceive a nascent soul. Yes, we all understand that this is the fortune that Martial Uncle has given us. Xiaohua nodded and said, moreover, since we're here, we all acknowledge Martial Uncle and are willing to enter the ruins. Please take pity on us. Good. Han Zhu nodded and pointed at Xiaohua. Your cultivation is the most profound among all the disciples. You'll be called Jia. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and answered. Then, Han Zhu called the other 6 cultivators one by one, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, and Geng. The 2 Qi refinement disciples that Xiaohua recognized with a glance were naturally Ji and Geng. Of course, I'm talking about the cultivation of the Taoist sect. If we're talking about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can't order you like this. Han Zhu's thick eyes looked up as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, when we come out of the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you all can make a 10-year agreement. At that time, you all can study the cultivation of the Buddhist sect and order yourselves again. He, Martial Uncle is right. Yi laughed. He was the first to speak and said, disciple is also somewhat unconvinced by this brother Jia. Disciple's Buddhist divine ability has already reached the initial stage. I really want to spar with this brother Jia. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and said through the mist, Junior brother Yi, if you're unconvinced, I can make a bet with you right now. Humph. Han Zhu snorted coldly. I only wanted to give you a chance to learn from each other, not to kill each other as you please. If you are still as bloodthirsty as the Tao sect cultivators, how will you be able to obtain the true essence of the Buddhist sect? Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly bowed. Let's go. All of you have just become Buddhist cultivators. You still don't know the truth of Buddhism. Take your time. Han Zhu turned around and flew away. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they also urged their magic power to follow behind him. The frost bamboo flew for more than half a day. During this period, the entire foothill undulated, making it even more dangerous. Xiaohua found it somewhat baffling. He didn't understand why the Buddhist sect, which had flourished for a time, would set up their sect in such a remote place. However, when he glanced at a mountain ridge that looked like a reclining Buddha, he was stunned. Xiaohua had obtained a jade slip from Zhenxia's storage pouch when he was still in Imperial Thunder sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. It contained information about the Buddhist sect's ruins. Moreover, Zhenxia and Ken Mingwei had also entered the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the information in the jade slip wasn't particularly detailed. Although it had the general situation of the Buddhist sect's ruins, it didn't have the method to enter or the location of the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the jade slip clearly stated that near the Buddhist sect's ruins, there was a mountain ridge that stretched for more than 10 miles. It looked like a reclining Buddha statue. Look at that mountain ridge. At this moment, Hanju pointed with a smile and said, "What does it look like?" "A person." Third hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It should be a reclining person." Fifth hastily said. According to the Buddhist sect's records, when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, the Xiaoyu continent was filled with good Buddhists. However, due to the dangerous terrain near the corpse-abandoned mountain, evil spirits frequently appeared, and Buddhist chants couldn't be spread here. Thus, a Buddhist expert broke through all difficulties to come here and spread Buddhism. However, this expert's luck wasn't good. Before he could stay here for 10 years, he was killed by an evil spirit. However, this expert had an obsession in his heart and couldn't let go after his death. His body turned into a mountain ridge and used his broken body to suppress the evil spirit. When the Buddhist sect's members found out about this, they were all moved. Not only did they all come here to spread Buddhism, but this corpse-abandoned mountain later became the place with the most incense in the Xiaoyu continent. Of course, this expert also achieved the Buddhist abandonment corpse, so this mountain was also called the Reclining Buddha Mountain Ridge. I see. After hearing Hanju's explanation, Xiaohua finally understood why such a dangerous place was actually the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, he also had a trace of doubt. It seemed that when he was at Tianzhu Peak, that devil General Ji Peng once said that he wanted to use Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira to achieve Buddhism. Thus, Xiaohua opened his mouth and asked, "Martial uncle, this junior has a question. Does the Buddhist sect's cultivation have different levels like the Taoist sects? How can this Buddhist abandonment corpse be achieved?" Wearing the camouflage robe, Hanju couldn't distinguish Xiaohua from the 7 people even if Xiaohua asked. However, when he heard this question, he immediately knew that it was Xiaohua who asked. He smiled and said, "This question of yours. This old man also wants to know the answer. This is also the reason why this old man must enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Presumably, only in the depths of these ruins is the Buddhist sect's true orthodoxy, and only then can we know how to achieve Buddhism." After passing through the reclining Buddha mountain ridge, Hanju continued to fly forward, which made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled. After all, the jade slip clearly stated that the Buddhist sect's ruins were near the reclining Buddha mountain ridge. Although it didn't say too much in detail, it couldn't be too far away, right? Just as Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, Hanju stopped again and released his Buddhist awareness. That Buddhist awareness, which was even more powerful than ordinary divine perception, swept out extremely fiercely, stirring up the dead branches and fallen leaves in the mountain ridge, causing Xiaohua to raise his eyebrows. Oh my, this Hanju's Buddhist sect cultivation seems to be much more profound than his Taoist sect cultivation. No wonder he's in a hurry to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Xiaohua couldn't see the expressions of the other 6 people, but the 6 of them stood respectfully, which was enough to see the longing in their hearts. Hanju used his Buddhist awareness to scan the surroundings, then nodded and said, "Very good." At this time, it has already been forgotten by the bystanders, there are no cultivators nearby. You all rest for a while, this old man will open a path for us to enter the ruins. Yes, thank you for your trouble, martial uncle. Yi Bing and the others said happily. Immediately after, Hanju activated his magic power and flew to the side of the reclining Buddha mountain ridge for nearly half a mile. It was in the middle of the 2 mountain ridges, where a large basin was located. Hanju landed on a protruding mountain rock at a high point in the basin. He patted his hand and took out a golden staff from his storage bag. This staff was 1 zhang long and 8 zhang long, and its surface was modeled abnormally. Many parts of the golden color were damaged, revealing the white color inside. On the surface of this staff, there were many protruding scales. They looked like fish scales, but they also looked like dragon patterns. Following these scales to the tip of the staff, there were actually 9 dragon heads. Each of the dragon heads held a golden ring in their mouths. Although the 9 dragon heads were also damaged, the 9 rings were still intact. In fact, there was even a faint Buddhist light shining in the dark night. Go Hanju loved the 9-ring staff. He threw it out and released his Buddhist awareness, catching the staff. Then, his body once again shone with Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist seals appeared in his palms. There were vases, lotuses, harpoons, bamboo staffs. One by one, the Buddhist seals flew out and landed on the staff. The Buddhist light on the 9 rings became even denser, and it gradually spread through the dragon heads to the bottom of the staff. When the entire staff was filled with Buddhist light, a dragon's roar could be heard. 9 golden heavenly dragons flew out from the staff and rushed to 9 different places in the basin. Amitba. The Taoist crown on Hanju's head rose without any wind and landed on a mountain rock. Hanju slowly flew up again. Below his feet, there was a 3rd-grade lotus platform steadily supporting him as he flew towards the slender Buddhist light. Seeing that he had arrived in front of the Buddhist light formed by the staff, Hanju stretched out his hand and pointed at the Buddhist light. When an indescribable Sanskrit sound could be heard, the Buddhist light immediately chose to turn into a huge swastika. Moreover, as the Buddhist light flashed around Hanju's body, the swastika gradually enlarged and fell towards the basin. When the swastika was several miles in size, it enveloped the entire basin. 9 dragons' roar could be heard at the same time. Rumble, the swastika also fell to the ground at the same time. The huge roar seemed to be able to overturn the earth. Whoosh! At the same time, the rainstorm that had been brewing in the sky for a long time began to pour down. Xiaohua looked at the basin and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. When the golden swastika landed on the ground, layers of Buddha's light began to uncover the ground. It was as if a pair of large hands were opening up the ground. After 18 rays of Buddha's light, 18 layers of the ground were uncovered. Then, the 18 layers of Buddha's light rushed up the mountain ridge and enveloped the entire basin. It was as if the rainstorm from the Milky Way had hit the Buddhist light and not a single drop of it fell. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't shocked by the Buddhist light, nor was he shocked by the swastika. What he was shocked by was that under the Buddhist light, there were temples. There were big and small temples, but they were all dilapidated. Every temple had a golden Buddha statue in it. These Buddha statues had different expressions and postures, but the eyes of each Buddha statue revealed a kind of compassion. Although the temples were dilapidated and the Buddha statues had collapsed, this compassion was unchanging for 10,000 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The endless jade spring poured down as if it was the only sound in the world. In the incomparably gloomy valley and basin, the raindrops penetrated the snow-white light. In the snow-white light, there was a holy Buddhist light. The Buddhist light became the only curtain of light in the dark night. The 480 temples of the southern dynasty, how many towers in the misty rain? Hanju looked at this scene and suddenly recited 2 inexplicable verses, causing Xiaohua and the others to feel extremely sad. Chapter 3082. Let's go. Hanju urged his body into the Buddhist light and said, you only need to release your telekinesis, and the Buddhist light will guide you into paradise. Thank goodness. Xiaohua followed Hanju. He cried out in his heart and released an extremely weak telekinesis. Hanju paid attention to Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's telekinesis was extremely weak, it was still there. He was slightly surprised. After all, it was only a few days ago. Hanju didn't expect Xiaohua to actually produce telekinesis. Dang, dang, dang. A faint rhythmic knocking sound resounded in Xiaohua's ears. White lotuses gushed out from the Buddhist light, protecting Xiaohua's entire body. Following that, a gentle yet tenacious suction force was born. It was as if a pair of hands were holding onto Xiaohua's body, gently pulling Xiaohua into the Buddhist light. Xiaohua smelled the same faint fragrance of sandalwood. Light flashed in front of his eyes. Within the light, there were tens of thousands of Buddhas, tens of thousands of mountains and rivers, and tens of thousands of believers. It was as if each space was flashing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. 3,000 great worlds? Xiaohua suddenly had a realization. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the Buddhist ruins. Xiaohua landed at the lowest point of the basin. It was also the beginning of a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a Buddhist shrine that looked like a white pagoda. The bottom of the Buddhist shrine was square. The four sides were carved with Buddha statues. Each Buddha statue faced a direction, as if they were observing the four sides of the world. The top of the Buddhist shrine was oval, like a chicken nest on top of it. The top of the stairs was below the Buddhist shrine. He couldn't see where it went, but Xiaohua knew that after walking through the stairs and the Buddhist shrine, it would definitely be one of those temples. The Buddhist ruins. This is the Buddhist ruins. Xiaohua looked at the stairs. The feeling of looking down from above was completely gone. He no longer had the freedom to control the entire situation. There was only a kind of mountain that was difficult to climb. I'm afraid that I can only walk up step by step. With each step under my feet, I can reach the end of this path. Xiaohua thought again. Thinking about the glory of the Buddhist sect, although I've never seen it, it wasn't inferior to the current Tao sect. But now, it has fallen to such a state, 480 temples, in the entire Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao has never seen a single temple. If I hadn't come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't have known that Buddha statues have a home. This is a temple. What are you thinking about? Although Hanzhu had entered the ruins before Xiaohua, he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he hovered in midair and waited for the others to enter the ruins before landing. He looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Disciple finds it strange. Xiaohua had always had a question, so he asked, the Buddhist sect's divine arts aren't any worse than the Tao sect's. In fact, they were even stronger than the Tao sect in some aspects. Otherwise, Uncle Master wouldn't have been able to emerge victorious in the Tai Ching sect's immortal ascension ceremony. But, how could such a colossus that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao sect be destroyed just like that? Actually, Xiaohua's question didn't stop there. He only said half of it. The other half were naturally Confucian cultivators. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect were actually completely wiped out by the Tao sect. There wasn't a single temple left on the Dawn Rain continent, nor were there any Confucian cultivators. Even the descendants of the Confucian cultivators were cursed by talismans, suffering generation after generation. This was truly inconceivable, and Xiaohua couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Humph. Hanzhu said coldly. This is a mystery from ancient times. Who can know? Legend has it that the Almighty of the ancient Tao sect could open the sky with a wave of his hand and destroy the earth with a bow of his head. Destroying the Buddhist sect wasn't considered a difficult matter. Moreover, the Tao sect's techniques were easy to learn and were good at attacking. The Buddhist sect's techniques were mostly compassionate and focused on transcendence. The people of the Buddhist sect were compassionate and didn't kill. How could they be compared to the Tao sect? The Buddhist sect's innate shortcoming led to its own destruction, right? Perhaps. Xiaohua knew that Hanzhu's words were reasonable, but he also felt that it wasn't completely appropriate, so he could only nod slightly. Now, we're about to step onto the Buddha path. Hanzhu looked at the others with a solemn expression. I've already asked you before. Before entering the Buddha path, you must make a choice in your heart. This choice is related to your achievements. It's also related to whether or not you can pass the Buddha path. Of course, I don't want to know what this choice is. You only need to make a choice for yourselves. Moreover, the Buddha path is like life, and the steps are like experience. Once you step onto the Buddha path, you will begin your first experience of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Are you all ready? This disciple has already been ready. Na-yi answered without hesitation. Can this disciple step onto the Buddha path? Xiaohua's brows furrowed within the maze. Clearly, this disciple's desire to win was too strong. He had only occupied the A position, while he occupied the B position. He had already provoked him several times. Taking the lead to step onto the Buddha path, he naturally wanted to show off. Of course you can. Han Zhu didn't even look at Xiaohua. He nodded and said, your Buddhist sex cultivation is the highest. Since you've already made your preparations, you can naturally step onto the Buddha path. Yes. When the disciple heard this, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the first step. Dang, the sound of the wooden fish was like the sound of dusk. Then, with a bang, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire ruins. A faint Buddhist light appeared under Na Yi's feet, turning into a lotus. Lotus blooming step. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He saw lotus blooming with every step the disciple took, supporting him. The Buddhist light also slowly rose, wrapping around the disciple's calves. Wonderful, Han Zhu saw this and clapped his hands. As expected, the roots of kindness have been planted early. You have a destiny with the Buddha. Then, Han Zhu turned to Third and said, are you ready? This disciple, will this senior brother please go first? Third hesitated slightly, indicating for Xiaohua to go first. Although his Dao sex cultivation is high, his psychokinesis is weak. His Buddhist sex cultivation is inferior to yours. Han Zhu said. Moreover, the Buddha path isn't a place where whoever steps onto the shore first. If you've already made your choice, you can naturally go first. Yes, this disciple understands. Third didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and similarly raised his foot. The sound of the bell and the wooden fish rose again. Lotus blooming with each step, he slowly walked towards the shrine. The night rain poured down, and darkness filled the sky. Between the mountains, under the torrential rain, the original Buddhist light gradually dimmed. It grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, at this moment, even if someone passed by crouching Buddha Mountain, even if they flew past the ruins of the Buddhist sect, they probably wouldn't be able to see the situation within the Buddhist light, much less Xiaohua and the others, who had become smaller than ants. The 480 temples were still huge, but there were countless temples on the steps in front of the temples, and countless temples on the steps in front of the temples. As for Xiaohua and the others, they were facing the Buddha path, which was even thinner than a thin thread. Whoosh, the Buddhist light flashed, and the entire valley was annihilated. The pitch-black darkness was completely oppressive. The rain fell on the rocks and soil at the bottom of the valley, splashing water and creating thumb-sized mud holes. Are you ready? Han Zhu sent the other 6 people to the Buddha path, then turned to look at Xiaohua. I'll try my best. Previously, I was full of confidence, but looking at the other junior brothers, I really can't compare to them. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was actually unwilling to follow Han Zhu to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Even if they were in front of the Buddha path, he was still somewhat unwilling. However, it was clear that if he didn't go through the Buddha path and enter the shrine, Han Zhu wouldn't be able to get close to the Buddhist formation inside, and wouldn't be able to use the formation's power to awaken Jiang Luer. He could only bite the bullet and answer. You go ahead. Han Zhu nodded. When we enter the Jialan temple, I can activate the Buddhist formation inside and awaken the child. Actually. At this point, Han Zhu was a little hesitant. He said hesitantly, actually, according to my thoughts, why don't we leave the child here? Whether he wakes up or dies, this child is fated with the Buddhist sect. Alright, uncle understands. Xiaohua said with a smile. This child still has his parents. Right now, he can't make a decision. It's better to wait for him to wake up and see his parents. It won't be too late to make a decision then. What you said makes sense. Han Zhu nodded. Father and mother shouldn't travel far. Although we are cultivators, we should pay more attention to filial piety. I won't force you. If you have made a decision, come to the Kunlun sect to look for me. Many thanks, martial uncle. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Han Zhu would force Jiang Luer to stay, or leave a trick up his sleeve. Han Zhu looked at the Buddha path. Second, who was the first to go up, was already half wrapped in Buddhist light. Second's hands were already clasped in front of his chest. Although he couldn't see the piety on his face, his steady steps and unwavering figure were enough to make Hanju happy. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiaohua answered, turned around, and lifted his leg. However, the moment he landed, Xiaohua's heart was slightly moved. Damn it, although I don't have any psychokinesis, my Buddha Sarira isn't small either. I wonder how big martial Uncle Hanju's Sarira is. I won't make a fool of myself, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua generated a weak psychokinesis and rushed it to his feet. Dang! The wooden fish made a sound, and a few white lotuses also appeared. Although they were very thin, they still firmly supported Xiaohua's feet. Clang! An extremely loud and clear sound of a bell rang out from within the Buddhist shrine, shaking Xiaohua's figure to the point that it slightly moved. Oh! Seeing Xiaohua's figure slightly move, and hearing the bells ringing, Hanju was stunned. He looked at Xiaohua's back with an astonished gaze. He looked again and saw that Xiaohua's figure had stabilized. His other foot once again stepped on the Buddha path. As before, a faint white lotus appeared. Compared to the lotus under the feet of the two aura-refining disciples in front of him, this one was even fainter. I'm afraid it's that little child in Xiaohua's spiritual storage bag. Hanju came to a realization. He also lifted his leg. The same sound of the wooden fish and the same bell rang. However, the bell's ringing was much weaker than Xiaohua's. Chapter 3083. When Xiaohua stepped onto the pagoda path, he immediately felt a sense of anxiety. The Buddhist light that emerged from beneath his feet wrapped around Xiaohua's body. It was as if countless pairs of demonic hands were probing into Xiaohua's heart. All kinds of troubles and discomforts poured in one after another. Not only did they attack Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira, they also attacked Xiaohua's Dao foundation. Inner demon, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely encountered inner demons. It was truly different from what he saw in the ancient records. However, ever since he started cultivating the exquisite leaf scripture, he had experienced the attack of an inner demon back in the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. That time was truly dangerous because Xiaohua had no experience in dealing with inner demons. He almost fell into the demon's hands and was consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, Xiaohua severed his thoughts and defeated the inner demon, successfully escaping from the demon's hands. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter an inner demon again in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This was simply more dangerous than encountering an old nascent soul monster. As the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, the Buddha Sarira outside his Naiwan palace also hurriedly formed a Buddhist madra. It was the third ability of the Buddha Sarira, fighting, to intimidate the waves of distracting thoughts and worldly thoughts. Thoughts like the sea, worldly affairs like the ocean, the sea of bitterness boundless, where can I find salvation? As Xiaohua steadily walked up the steps, strands of Buddhist light flourished, annihilating his legs and covering his waist. Gradually, it enveloped his entire body. Inside his Buddha relic, the Buddhist light once again turned into waves like a sea of blood. Xiaohua's mind was filled with thoughts that soared into the sky like a violent storm within the sea of blood. Wave after wave of thoughts struck the Buddha relic. At this moment, Xiaohua already somewhat understood what Hanju said before coming to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In an instant, there were 900 thoughts. Every thought was a kind of calamity. Every calamity raised a bloody storm and attacked him. Furthermore, in this sea of blood, Xiaohua could see Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and other people he had seen before. The only belief. All worldly thoughts must be destroyed. This is the true path of the sea of bitterness. Xiaohua sighed. The eyes of the Buddha Sarira lifted at the same time. Although the Buddhist light of the Sarira was faint, it was incomparably tenacious. The eyes were full of compassion and confidence. Even the rain of blood couldn't extinguish those eyes, let alone drown the golden body 3 feet above the third-rank lotus platform. As Xiaohua's thoughts were extinguished, the blood sea gradually calmed down. The obsessions and illusions in the blood sea also gradually disappeared. However, this calmness only lasted for a moment. Woo-woo. The sound of wind was heard again. Strange figures formed in the sea of blood. They looked like men, women, humans, and beasts. All of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew out ferociously. The man was extremely ugly and ferocious, the woman was extremely beautiful and charming, the beast was an extremely arrogant flying dragon in the sky, and the beast was an extremely fierce rock spreading its wings. The attacks were even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha Sarira was drowned. Battle. The Buddha Sarira formed a Buddhist seal with its hands and chanted an incantation. Golden battle characters flew out from its mouth. When these golden characters touched the figures, they immediately flashed. Under the golden light, the figures of men and women were shattered. The dragon and rock figures also faded away. However, the power of this incantation was still weak. It could only destroy the approaching figures. The endless sea of blood behind it couldn't be completely eliminated. Dang! At this moment, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang above the sea of blood. Wherever the sound wave passed, no matter what the figures were, they all turned into powder. Even the sea of blood was forcefully flattened. In the instant the sea of blood calmed down, the golden light around the Buddha Sarira shone brightly. The third-rank lotus platform suddenly bloomed. Under this golden light, the sea of blood was instantly emptied. A feeling of emptiness and fullness filled Xiaohua's heart, which was filled with absolute conviction. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had already walked to the front of the shrine. On his left and right, whether it was Yi or Wu, they all seemed to have arrived at the same time as him. They all opened their eyes at the same time. In front of them, Han Zhu's face was solemn. He had already put his palms together. Do you all understand? Han Zhu held a small golden bell the size of a fist in his hand and asked very indifferently. Disciple understands. Yi was the first to put his palms together and answered in a low voice. What do you understand? Han Zhu continued to ask. Buddha doesn't help those who are not fated. Since disciple can reach into Buddhism, then I am a fated person. Yi said indifferently. Immediately, the other 5 people put their palms together and answered Han Zhu's question. After waiting for Xiaohua, Xiaohua also said very sincerely, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand, oh. Han Zhu was stunned again. However, this expression disappeared in a flash. He nodded and said, I didn't expect your telekinesis to be the weakest, but your comprehension is the deepest. I don't dare. Xiaohua bowed. Since I have entered the sea of bitterness, there is no need to care about sooner or later. A thought is a boat, a merciful journey to salvation. Hiss. Xiaohua's words caused Han Zhu to suck in a breath of cold air. His thick eyebrows were raised and he clapped his hands. What a merciful journey to salvation. What a thought as a boat. You have made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. Sigh, Han Zhu then sighed again. He turned his head to look at the benevolent-looking Buddha statue on the shrine and said, what a pity for your comprehension. What a pity for your good roots. If Buddhism were to prosper, just your merciful journey to salvation alone would be able to achieve good results. Oh. So easy. Han Zhu's words caused Xiaohua to be stunned. Martial uncle. Yi was somewhat unconvinced and said, although Brother Jia's cultivation is high, Buddhism's telekinesis is extremely weak. How could he achieve good results so easily? Buddhism's cultivation is different from Taoism's. Han Zhu shook his head and said, cultivation is not necessarily compatible with Buddhism. Although a Buddhist doesn't have a trace of telekinesis, he can still achieve Buddhism. At the same time, even if you have telekinesis, if you can't comprehend it, you can't achieve good results. So it's like that. Xiaohua immediately thought of the soul cultivator's soul consciousness and the 9 heavens of spirit origin. The 6 people from Yi's group were still confused. If you don't understand, you don't need to understand. Han Zhu smiled, when it's time to understand, you'll understand. This old man's explanation is inferior. After saying that, Han Zhu clapped his hand and the golden bell appeared in his hand. He turned around and entered the shrine. Brother Jia, please. Yi hesitated for a moment and gestured for Xiaohua to go first. How could Xiaohua be willing? He smiled and said, Brother Yi is the first Buddhist cultivator. This old man's Buddhist cultivator is the last. It's better for me to go last. Moreover, Martial Uncle just said that walking in front is walking in the back, and walking in the back is also walking in the front. Brother Yi, please. Ha, good. Then this one won't be polite and will go last. Yi also laughed and walked in unceremoniously. Everyone was somewhat polite, but Xiaohua didn't go first. After everyone went in, he turned around and looked at the Buddha path that he had just walked through. It was only a few meters away. However, when he turned around and was about to step into the shrine, he looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Above the shrine, there was still the same Buddha path. It was vaguely behind the Jalan temple, and it seemed to be endless. This Buddhist sect's ruin seemed to be only a few dozen kilometers in size outside the foothills. Even if my divine sense is restricted, it shouldn't be. Xiaohua came to a realization, there's a Sumeru formation in this Buddhist sect's ruins. Oh, no, it should be a Sumeru Buddhist formation. AI, what kind of Sumeru Buddhist formation is in this Buddhist sect's ruins? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He knew that with his and Han Zhu's Buddhist cultivation, they probably couldn't see the entire Buddhist sect's ruins. Thus, he didn't think too much and stepped into the shrine. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still thought too simply of this Buddhist sect's ruins. How could it be as simple as a Sumeru Buddhist formation? After entering the shrine, there was a space of several dozen meters. It was much larger than what Xiaohua had seen from the outside. Xiaohua looked around and saw that in the 4 walls, other than the small door where he came in, the other 3 were all sealed. He couldn't see the other passageway that he saw outside the Buddhist shrine. Looking at the 4 walls again, there were countless Buddha statues carved on them. At first glance, these Buddha statues all looked the same, but upon closer inspection, each Buddha statue was different. Some were happy, some were angry, some were sad, and some were angry. Even the same kind of laughter contained different meanings. At the top of the shrine, there was a huge Buddha statue lying there. One of its hands was supporting its cheeks, and the other was in the shape of a flower. Its eyes that were looking straight down revealed a kind of vicissitudes, a kind of compassion, and an expression that completely saw through Xiaohua. Phew, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim. This Buddha statue was too vivid. From those eyes, he could practically see the misery of the mortal world that he had comprehended when he had walked through the Buddha path. At the same time, an unconcealable feeling of confiding arose spontaneously. Xiaohua almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow. This kind of devotion that came from the heart was originally suppressed by the so-called Huda great god's might in the ancestral shrine of the Huda's stronghold, but it came more naturally and more freely from the heart. Of course, the current Xiaohua's strength was already close to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and the Buddha Sarira also had a cultivation of the 3rd stage. All of these feelings were just a touch. He only put his palms together, closed his eyes slightly, and lowered his head. This is the 2nd test of the Buddhist sect's ruins today. Han Zhu seemed to be somewhat puzzled by Xiaohua's actions. After all, 6 disciples had entered before Xiaohua. However, their eyes revealed a kind of curiosity, and some of them even carried a kind of passion. Where was the devotion in Xiaohua's eyes that came in last? Thus, Han Zhu opened his mouth and said, back then, this old man only passed the test of the Buddha path, but failed in this Buddha statue. Of course, even if I failed, the Buddhist statue on the shrine left behind some golden swan runes for this old man, and this old man benefited greatly from it. Moreover, from those golden swan runes, this old man also learned about the situation in the hall behind the shrine. This is extremely consistent with the Buddhist sect's preaching that there is a way out for everything. That's why this old man brought all of you here again. And this second test requires all of us to work together to complete it. Chapter 3084. Martial Uncle, 3rd, who had been quiet all this time, said in a low voice, "How many tests are there in the Buddhist ruins? With your cultivation, you only passed the first test. Then the second and third tests, won't they be even harder?" Although I don't know exactly how many tests there are in the Buddhist ruins. But I know that 9 by 9 returns to 1 is the true essence of the Buddhist sect. If I'm not wrong, there should be 81 trials in the Buddhist ruins. Han Zhu said after some hesitation. Ah. So many. Not to mention 3rd, even Xiao Hua, who had stood up with his palms together, was stunned for a moment. Aren't there too many tests? Although there are 81 trials, we don't have to go all the way. However, we don't necessarily have to walk to the end. Han Zhu said with a smile, moreover, we don't have to walk too far today. As the cultivation base of our Buddhist sect increases, I will bring you here every 10 years to overcome a few difficulties. Also, didn't I say earlier? I passed the first test, so I can get some details of the second and third tests. The Buddhist sect always forgives people where possible, so you all don't have to be too afraid. I understand. 3rd nodded slightly. Xiao Hua also understood. Although the 7 disciples were all foundation establishment and chi refinement disciples, which one of them hadn't been tempered in the Tao sect's cultivation method? Although 81 trials were a lot, if it was really as Han Zhu said and they passed a few trials every 10 years, it wouldn't be long before they reached the end of the Buddhist ruins. Unfortunately, although my cultivation in the Tao sect is much higher than yours, the Buddhist sect isn't too strong. However, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is not too powerful. Otherwise, this old man would have been able to go through a few more difficulties. There is no need for you to start from the second level. Han Zhu continued. However, after the second trial, there will be quite a number of golden puppets that are suitable for your Buddhist sect cultivation. Once we break through this trial, it will be considered a form of compensation. I won't let you take advantage of me. Martial Uncle is joking. 3rd also said, we've already received a lot of guidance from Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Martial Uncle's grace that we're able to come here. This is all Buddha's power of thought. Han Zhu pointed at the reclining Buddha above his head and said with a smile, let's open the door to the Jialan temple. Yes, we understand. Yi Bing and the others bowed. Then, under Han Zhu's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged in the shrine, right below the reclining Buddha, forming the shape of a swastika. Xiao Hua was in the bottom right corner, Han Zhu was in the top left corner, and the center was empty again. Disciples. Han Zhu waited for everyone to sit down before he said, I've already given you a choice. Although this old man did not ask you again, this old man still has to say it. The most important thing in cultivating the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method was to contribute. He would forget about himself and send himself into the boundless compassion of the Buddha's heart. In the past, the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the eagle, causing the world to tremble. Although we don't need to sacrifice anything to break this Buddhist formation, we can still give up our psyche power and Buddhist consciousness. Therefore, this old man has to remind you in advance. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua finally understood why Frost Bamboo had mentioned this matter early on. Furthermore, he had mentioned it again and again. It looked like there would be some damage when breaking the Buddhist formation. We understand. Before Xiao Hua could finish his thoughts, Ding Yi and the others spoke up in unison. Clearly, Frost Bamboo's words had greatly affected them. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Zhu's face. You will reap what you sow. This is what this old man comprehended in the Buddhist sect's ruins. You all, slowly comprehend it too. As he spoke, Hanju closed his eyes and began to meditate. His body began to emit a faint Buddhist light. Then, his Buddhist consciousness, which surpassed his divine will, was released forcefully. His psyche power also rushed into the Buddha on the shrine. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He followed the Buddhist formation method in the jade slip that Hanju had given him and sent out his Buddhist consciousness and psyche power. Of course, Xiaohua could only release a trace of his Buddhist consciousness. It was slightly more than what he had released at the Feather Immortal Assembly. The others naturally sent out their Buddhist consciousness and psyche power as well. Instantly, the 8 people's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power intertwined in the air above the shrine. Hiss. As expected. Xiaohua inhaled a breath of cold air. It seemed that other than his Buddhist consciousness, which was as indifferent as water, the other's Buddhist consciousness was vaguely stronger than his divine will. Especially those 2 aura refining disciples. Their Buddhist consciousness was not inferior to the other Foundation establishment disciples. Moreover, the psyche power they sent out was also extremely strong. Although Xiaohua could not clearly see the true expressions of those 2 aura refining disciples, his Buddhist consciousness was like a person's. He could almost sense the contempt of the other disciples from their somewhat unbridled Buddhist consciousness. 8 Buddhist consciousnesses mixed with psyche power rushed into the air like a swastika without a core. Hanju chanted an incantation. His Buddhist consciousness moved first. Then, Xiaohua and the others slowly began to turn according to the records in the jade slip. Woo-woo, an indescribable sound mixed with Sanskrit was emitted from the Buddhist consciousness. A faint golden dot of light emerged from the Buddha's fingertip as it rotated. Moreover, as the Buddhist consciousness rotated, it gradually enlarged until it was the size of a fist. During this process, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power were completely engulfed by this dot of light. There was no connection between them at all. Fortunately, Xiaohua did not care about this Buddhist consciousness at all. His psyche power was weak to begin with, so it was completely absorbed by the dot of light in just a few breaths. Amitabha. Following Hanju's Buddhist chant, the golden light on the fist gradually transformed into something similar to the Buddha's flower-pinching hand. Moreover, it slowly pointed at a similarly lying Buddha statue on the stone wall. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is at hand, a dry voice came from the stone wall. The entire shrine immediately raised a wave-like Buddhist light, as if the entire shrine was a sea of bitterness. Of course, this Buddhist light was only for an instant. A bright light emerged from the Buddha statue in front of Xiaohua. This light shone on the 8 people, causing them to feel a wave of warmth. At the same time, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had just been engulfed returned 9 times. Oh! When Xiaohua heard the faintly discernible voice, he was startled. He seemed to have sensed something fishy, but before he could think about it, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed returned. At the same time, Xiaohua understood what Hanju had just said. So that's how it is. The Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed can be replenished after breaking the formation. No wonder Hanju doesn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again, under the light on the other side, another door that was taller than a person opened. Ha ha ha! Hanju looked at the door and stood up with a hearty laugh. He said, I have waited for this for 100 years. The door of Jalan Temple has finally opened in front of me. Disciples, follow me into Jalan Temple. Let's see what the number 1 temple of Buddhism looks like. Yes, Xiaohua and the others also stood up and followed Hanju into the door that flickered with Buddhist light. After passing through the door, there was a stone wall that was dozens of feet tall. In front of the stone wall, there was also a dilapidated statue. It was dressed like a general and not a Buddha statue. The general held a Buddhist weapon that resembled a whip in his hand. He wore golden armor, but the statue's head was gone. Half of his arms and arms were missing, so it was impossible to see what it was. Han Zhu ignored the statue and only gave it a cursory glance before circling around the projection-like stone wall. Behind the stone wall was an empty space that was dozens of feet wide. On the opposite side of the empty space was a large hall. It was already extremely dilapidated. Inside, there was a statue that was tilted to the side. Its specific appearance could not be seen clearly due to the dim light. On the opposite side of the large hall, there was an incense burner that was taller than a person. The top half of it had already collapsed, revealing that there was still a lot of incense ash inside. Between the incense burner and the large hall, in the center of the empty space, there was a table with incense and candles that was taller than a person. Naturally, there were no incense and candles. Instead, there were a few pieces of gold. There were even a few silk-like Buddhist scriptures beside the golden alligator. Na-yi followed Han Zhu around the stone wall and saw the gold in the center of the empty space. He did not hesitate at all and was about to fly up. Unfortunately, when he activated his dermic powers, there was no movement. It was impossible to use Taoist spells in Jialan Temple. Na-yi anxiously rushed towards the incense and candles. However, he was still a bit too late. Just as he activated his dermic powers, Na-yi had already rushed out and was right in front of Na-yi. Na-yi and Na-yi moved, followed by Na-yi and Na-yi. The two aura-refining disciples originally wanted to chase after them, but when they saw that there were only 4 items beside the incense and candles, they also moved their feet and stopped. Xiaohua was originally walking at the back. When he saw this, he bitterly smiled. This seemed to be one of the rare times when he could not take advantage of others. However, when he saw Han Zhu, who was the first to enter the empty space, standing there quietly, his gaze not looking at the incense and candles, but straight at the damaged large hall, Xiaohua could not help but be moved. That thought was born in his heart and he almost rushed towards the large hall. However, Xiaohua still stopped in his tracks and waited for Han Zhu's reaction. After all, his goal was somewhat different from the other 6. Han Zhu still did not move. Only when Na-yi, and the others returned did he seem to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "This Buddhist sect ruins is a Buddhist kingdom. It really restricts Taoist cultivation. Your divine sense and dermic powers are all unusable. Moreover, this is only the second test. Although these golden puppets are extremely good, there are even better ones later. Don't do something like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons." "Yes, disciple understands." Na-yi and Na-yi smiled and replied, "These golden puppets were given by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, please distribute them." As they spoke, the two took out the golden puppets they had obtained and respectfully presented them to Han Zhu. Na-yi and Na-yi were somewhat dejected. They had arrived a bit too late. What they wanted to snatch were 2 scriptures that were like silk. Unfortunately, the scriptures shattered upon contact and could not be picked up. It could be said that although they were 1 step ahead of Xiaohua, the result was the same as Xiaohua, with nothing to show for it. This old man has already made it clear before. It belongs to whoever obtains it. Han Zhu waved his hand and said, "The Buddhist sect places more emphasis on fate than the Taoist sect. If this old man keeps this, perhaps there will not be any better golden puppets in the Buddhist sect ruins in the future." Chapter 3085. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Hearing this, Yi Bing and Yi Bing put away the golden puppets with great relief. This is a bit strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It seems that Jin Xia and Ken Mingwei also came to the Buddhist ruins. Moreover, they also obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda and the exquisite leaf scripture. Why didn't they obtain these golden puppets? Moreover, just as Xiaohua's doubts arose, Han Zhu said to Ding Wu and Yi Bing, as well as Xiaohua, "This Buddhist ruins is very mysterious. Although you didn't obtain the golden puppets, you don't have to regret it. Perhaps the next time you come here, the same golden puppets will be placed next to the incense burner." "That's great. The aura refinement disciple next to Xiaohua replied with a smile, "Disciple will wait for the next opportunity to come to the Buddhist ruins. Look around this empty space and see if there are any other things near the incense burner and incense burner. This old man will go to the main hall to take a look." Sure enough, after Han Zhu instructed, he went straight to the main hall. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed from the bottom of his heart. This kind of Han Zhu was the real Han Zhu. How could he allow others to take the lead? Everyone was dressed in camouflage clothing, so they couldn't see the expressions of others. Xiaohua ignored the other 6 people and turned around, walking in a direction. Seeing Xiaohua walk away, the 6 people paused for a moment and each went to search in a different direction. Yi Bing and Yi Bing were quite shrewd. They walked to the 2 sides of the main hall. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Xiaohua had already looked at the right side of the open space. The location of this empty space was somewhat similar to the plaza of an ordinary main hall. The ground was made of square bricks that were 3 feet in size. There were some patterns on the bricks, but the patterns were already worn out. Moreover, many of the bricks had some cracks on them. Some of the bricks were even shattered. At the edge of the empty space, there were some traces of huge impact. Alas, in the early years, this place should have been the battlefield of the Great War between Taoists and Buddhists, right? Xiaohua had experienced the Great War between Taoists and swordsmen, so he already knew a lot about the hatred between swordsmen and cultivators. And this Buddhist sect was even more so than sword cultivators. Presumably, Xiaohua couldn't imagine how tragic the war was. The sword cultivators were merely content with staying in the Huan country. Back then, the Buddhist sect spread throughout the Dan Rain continent and killed all these Buddhist sect disciples one by one. TSK, my Tao sect's teacher, is truly generous. Xiaohua sighed slightly and walked to the front of the Great Hall. To Xiaohua's surprise, Han Zhu wasn't the first to enter the hall. Instead, he placed his palms together and bowed respectfully outside the hall. In front of him was the collapsed Buddha statue. By Han Zhu's side, Yi Bing and the others had already prostrated themselves. This Buddha statue was somewhat strange. It was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. The Buddha statue that Xiaohua saw earlier, regardless of whether it was complete or broken, Xiaohua could still feel compassion from it. A feeling of safety and conversion spontaneously arose in his heart. Even if those Buddha statues didn't have heads and he couldn't see their expressions, Xiaohua could still smell the benevolence of the Buddha statues from the smooth lines of their arms and their palms together. But the Buddha statue in front of him was slightly larger. Its palms weren't placed together, but one of its hands was clenched into a fist and the other a palm. Its arms, waist, and legs all had bulging muscles. A kind of untamed and masculine aura seeped out from the lines of its muscles. When he looked at the Buddha statue's head again, only half of it remained. Xiaohua glanced over and his gaze was completely attracted by the Buddha statue's single eye. This single eye was the size of a fist. It was round and wide, and a feeling of anger and bloodlust immediately filled Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed as he chanted Buddha's name. At the same time, a kind of indescribable heavy pressure emerged from all around him, forcefully suppressing him. Xiaohua took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a little rebellious. If it was the benevolence of the Buddha statue, then he could prostrate himself. But this kind of heavy pressure made him refuse to accept it. So, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to use his strength to resist it. Plop, plop. 2 sounds rang out. Right next to Xiaohua, the 2 aura-refining disciples who came later couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground and chanted Buddha's name. Although the Buddha statue had collapsed, its Buddhist power was still there. As Xiaohua resisted, the heavy pressure continued to increase. A clear Buddhist chant came out of Han Zhu's mouth. Han Zhu waved his hand, and a dong sound rang out. The small golden bell rang again. This bell sound was like a cool breeze, and it immediately swept away the heavy pressure around Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sighed in relief and straightened his body. Rather break than bend. Your way of thinking is somewhat different from Buddhism's obedience. Han Zhu said indifferently. He didn't seem to be blaming Xiaohua. Alas, disciple. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With this kind of character, I still need to slowly sharpen it. After Han Zhu's bell rang, Yi Bing and the others also stood up. Han Zhu said, you all go in and take a look at your fated chances. This old man has another thing to do. Martial uncle, you should go in and take a look first. Na Yi said carefully. Disciple doesn't dare to take the lead again. Hee, it's fine. Han Zhu waved his hand. This old man wants to see how to activate the third layer of the Buddha formation. Moreover, I need to rely on the power of this Buddha formation to do something, so I can't delay. Yes. Na Yi nodded. He looked at Xiaohua and the two aura refining disciples and said with a smile, the three of you can go in first. Just now, we took the lead, so we have to give it to the three of you. Seeing that Na Yi was already treating him like Na Yi, Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, Martial uncle, this matter is related to me, so I can't not stay here. After this matter is over, I'll think about other fated chances. Okay, Na Yi saw Xiaohua decline and didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and ordered the two aura refining disciples to enter the main hall first. He and the others also went in later. Seeing that everyone had entered, Han Zhu wasn't in a hurry. He took out a golden puppet and carefully examined it with his Buddhist awareness. Xiaohua stood guard at the side. Although Han Zhu didn't say that he was going to wake Jiang Luer up here, Xiaohua understood that since the Buddha's power could suppress him, it could also be used to wake Jiang Luer up. Han Zhu didn't deceive him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Bing and the others returned. They saw that two of them were holding golden puppets, one of them was holding a small wooden fish, and the other three were empty-handed. Obviously, they didn't get anything. Okay, Han Zhu put away the golden puppets and said with a nod, put away your things and secretly sit down according to the order of the Buddha sect from before. Yes. The six of them were delighted. Inside the main hall, in front of the collapsed Buddha statue, they each sat down under Han Zhu's guidance. You, take him out. Han Zhu said to Xiaohua as he pointed at the center of the puppet. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and took Jiang Luer out of his spirit storage bag. Ah. When Yi Bing and the others saw that Xiaohua actually took out a living person from his spirit storage bag, they couldn't help but be stunned. This child is fated with our Buddha. Han Zhu looked at everyone and said indifferently, he can enter the nirvana realm at such a young age. In the future, his Buddha sect cultivation will definitely be above ours. At this point, he paused for a moment and said, perhaps, the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sect's prosperity will fall on his shoulders. Now that we have received the power of the Buddha formation and the Buddha statue and awakened him from the nirvana realm, it is a great merit. Not to mention the cultivation of our Buddhism sect, even the legendary Buddha fruit can be easily obtained by us. What kind of opportunity is this? Compared to you finding thousands of golden puppets, it is 100 times better. Ah. Yi Bing and the others obviously didn't quite understand. Even Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. He didn't understand what the Buddha fruit had to do with awakening Jiang Luer. Of course, since Han Zhu said so, Yi Bing and the others would definitely help with all their strength. Xiaohua was also happy to see this. Actually, to awaken this child with the help of Buddha force, we also need to use his telekinesis to open the door above the hall. Han Zhu explained again, although this old man didn't look behind the hall, obviously, there isn't a door behind it, right? Indeed. Yi Bing nodded and said. Alright, all of you enter a meditative state and send out your Buddha consciousness and telekinesis according to the method this old man taught you earlier. Han Zhu waved his hand and a rare blush appeared on his face as he said, this old man really wants to see what this Buddha child who came out of the nirvana realm looks like. Moreover, this old man also wants to know where this Jalan temple leads to. Yes, this disciple understands. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Yibing and the others were delighted. They understood that what they were about to do was something that had never happened since the Buddha sect was annihilated in the Dawn Rain continent. Furthermore, it was just as Frost Bamboo had said. Doing such a thing was truly more effective than tens of thousands of golden house. Xiaohua glanced at Jiang Luer, who still had her eyes closed, and also closed his own eyes. Just like before, he faintly released his Buddha consciousness and weak telekinesis without reservation. This time, it was different from before. The telekinesis of the 8 people mixed with Buddha consciousness rushed into the air. It didn't turn into a swastika, but slowly hovered above their heads. Moreover, Xiaohua felt that this released Buddha consciousness and telekinesis was no longer under his control. Slowly, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 8 small swastikas faintly emitting Buddha light formed above their heads. However, these swastikas were not the same. Some were big, some were small, some were simple, some were rich. Han Zhu's swastika was the size of a bowl and even flickered with a trace of golden light. However, Xiaohua's swastika was the smallest, only the size of a pinky finger. However, this swastika was sparkling and translucent, rotating extremely evenly. Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate, but his Buddha consciousness could see clearly. However, his Buddha consciousness couldn't reach far and could only rotate along with his swastika. Gradually, inexplicable Buddha seals were born in this rotation. Chapter 3086. Dang! The bell rang loudly. Han Zhu waved his hand, and the small golden bell flew into the air and landed right on top of Jiang Luer's head. Along with the sound of the bell, the 8 swastikas suddenly appeared. It was a pure silence. Even the rotating Buddhist seals that Xiaohua saw also stagnated at this moment. Weng! An inexplicable gale suddenly appeared around the small bell. The sound of the wind was mixed with countless Sanskrit sounds, as if it was the sigh of 10,000 Buddhas. Along with this sigh, the heavy pressure that Xiaohua previously felt was 1,000 times stronger. It was as if the collapsed Buddha statue had sat up straight and pressed down on Xiaohua's body out of thin air. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Now is the time. All of you, offer your Buddhist consciousness and magical power to Buddha. Han Zhu's unusually compassionate voice sounded. Today is the day that Buddhism will prosper, and also the day that silent Buddha will be born. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that he was going to awaken Jiang Luer. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent out his psychokinesis. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's psychokinesis had just been born and was very weak. In a moment, it somewhat showed signs of exhaustion. However, Xiaohua's tranquil Buddhist consciousness was still sent out without any signs of weakening. But at this moment, just like what Xiaohua had sensed, a Buddha statue flashing with a faint Buddha light gradually condensed around the small bell. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as the broken Buddha statue that had collapsed in the Jialan temple. At the foot of the Buddha statue was the swastika character that Xiaohua and the others had dedicated. Looking at the Buddha statue again, it was 10 feet tall. On the face of the Buddha statue was a pair of huge round eyes. The Buddha statue was extremely fierce, as if it wanted to devour all things and see through the world of mortals. Moreover, the arms of the Buddha statue were clenched into fists, and wisps of Buddhist consciousness flowed into the 8 swastikas. At the same time, wisps of psychokinesis also flowed into the 8 swastikas on the other hand. Moreover, the Buddha statue became clearer as the Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis flowed in. Xiaohua naturally followed his Buddhist consciousness and saw this very natural scene. Moreover, after his Buddhist consciousness entered the Buddha statue, he lost contact with himself. However, Xiaohua was still willing to give it out. He knew that when the Buddha statue was completed, Jiang Luer would be awakened. Dong, but at this moment, the small bell in the Buddha statue suddenly rang again. This sound was extremely strange. Xiaohua's blood vessels, which were originally suppressed tightly by the Buddha statue, jumped for no reason. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from where Frost Bamboo was. Xiaohua forced his eyes open and saw a golden Dharma body, which was also 1 zhang in size, fly out from Frost Bamboo's body. This Dharma body's appearance was almost exactly the same as the Buddha statue in Jialan Temple. Ah! Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Without waiting for him to think more, the Dharma body took a few steps in the air and merged with the golden light of the Buddha statue that had already taken shape. Woo! A huge gust of wind rushed in from outside the dilapidated main hall. An indescribable flow rushed into the Buddha statue's Dharma body along with the gust of wind. Buzz! Immediately after, a strong rumbling sound came from the Buddha statue's Dharma body. Moreover, the Buddha's light was so bright that it completely blocked Xiaohua's eyes. Hiss! Xiaohua was shocked. When did the Buddha's light become so dazzling? When did the Buddha's power become so overbearing? Ha ha ha! The moment Xiaohua closed his eyes, Frost Bamboo's slightly arrogant voice came from the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body had now completely solidified. Just as Frost Bamboo's laughter fell, the Buddha statue's Dharma body's clenched fists slightly, tutu. With a series of sounds, 5 relics of different sizes came out from the top of Frost Bamboo's, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' heads and began to slowly rotate above their heads. Naturally, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also produced a huge force, as if it wanted to pull the Buddha relic out of Xiaohua's body. However, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also had a Naiwan palace, so the force didn't succeed when it tried. Huh? Xiaohua was puzzled again. What is this for? Thinking about this, Xiaohua hurriedly opened his eyes again. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could open his eyes, the Buddha statue's other hand moved again. Frost Bamboo waved his hand slightly. Puff puff puff. 6 consecutive sounds rang out. Apart from Frost Bamboo's and Jiang Luer's bodies that weren't affected, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' bodies immediately turned into a mass of blood. Moreover, the blood and flesh were immediately sucked into the rotating relics, leaving not a single drop behind. The flesh and blood of the 2 Qi refinement disciples also flew into the swastika above their heads. Whether it was the 4 relics or the 2 swastikas, they all emitted a kind of bewitching red color, which was really strange. Xiaohua's physical body was also surrounded by a huge force that wanted to crush Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's body had gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations, so how could it be so easily crushed by this force? Although Xiaohua was almost out of breath from the force, he still didn't have any flesh and blood. Oh! A strange voice came from Frost Bamboo's Dharma body. You're really strange. Your Buddhist awareness is very weak. After cultivating for so many years, you still don't have any relics? Moreover, your body is so tough. It's even more powerful than this old man's glaring Vajra. At this time, seeing that the 6 people had turned into flesh and blood, how could Xiaohua not know that he and the others had fallen into Frost Bamboo's trap? Suddenly, Xiaohua had some understanding. He seemed to have said, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back, and the shore is at hand. These words seemed to have come from the Buddha statue in Jialan Temple. If Frost Bamboo hadn't come here, how could he have known? How could he say that his perception was high? Moreover, those golden puppets in front of the Jialan Temple's main hall were probably arranged by Frost Bamboo. Even the Buddhist array in the shrine, the absorption and replenishment of Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all part of Frost Bamboo's trick. It created a kind of illusion that all the Buddhist arrays would replenish themselves. Therefore, in Jialan Temple, the Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all sent out without reservation. If one thought about it again, Frost Bamboo was really meticulous. From the moment he met Xiaohua, he started to create momentum, starting to make Xiaohua think about his own position, making Xiaohua make a choice. Even everything that Xiaohua thought was true in the cave was a lie. It was all arranged to make Xiaohua fall into a trap. However, Xiaohua really didn't understand. How could a Buddhist expert like Frost Bamboo not have the compassion of a Buddhist sect? He actually schemed against a junior like himself. Frost Bamboo. Xiaohua resisted the incomparably huge pressure with his eyes wide open, facing the glaring Vidra's eyes. He said angrily, "You're a Buddhist senior in vain. You actually want to use the flesh and blood of a junior to increase your cultivation. Is this in line with the compassion of a Buddhist sect?" Ha ha ha! Frost Bamboo's avatar burst into laughter. As he waved his hands, a Buddhist seal appeared and hit the 6 blood-red relics. These 4 blood-red relics spun, and under the Buddhist light of the 4 swastikas, they rushed into the relics on Frost Bamboo's body. At the same time, the 2 balls of blood essence also flew into it. Excellent! Frost Bamboo's avatar actually chanted the name of Buddha, and another Buddhist seal flew out. The blood-red relics and Frost Bamboo's relics were suffused with an intense Buddhist light. The countless Buddhist lights were like the image of a glaring Vidra revolving around, gradually fusing these relics and blood essence into Frost Bamboo's relics. Xiaohua saw that Frost Bamboo actually ignored him, and his heart was greatly shocked. Right now, his magic power was completely suppressed, and he couldn't raise it at all. Whether it was the celestial body enhancement technique or the dragon transformation art, he couldn't use them. Even his spiritual fire, which had always been his last resort, was completely suppressed in his Buddhist heart, unable to move at all. Actually, it wasn't just the spiritual fire, the entire Buddha's relics were suppressed by the Buddhist power. Everything inside seemed to have solidified, and couldn't be used. This is bad. Xiaohua seemed to be in an unprecedented crisis, and he was no longer as embarrassed as he was now. Woo, it was as if a gust of wind was generated. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was pulled by a huge force. However, the Buddha Sarira jumped a few times outside of his Naiwan palace, but it was still unable to be pulled out. "Oh," Frost Bamboo's avatar said somewhat strangely, "Xiaohua, do you have a Buddha's relics or not?" Xiaohua tried his best to resist the oppressive force, so naturally, he wouldn't answer honestly. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said, "Old thief, who do you think you are? Why do you care if I have a Buddha's relics or not? This young master will not let you off today. Even if this is the ruins of a Buddhist sect, I will still turn it upside down." Ha ha ha! Frost Bamboo laughed and said, "Yes, who do you think you are? Right now, you are facing the power of faith of thousands of Buddhas. Even if you are a Buddha, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist the power of thousands of Buddhas. What's more, where did the ruins of a Buddhist sect come from? It's just a Buddha formation." "Ah. You." Xiaohua was shocked. This place is actually not the ruins of a Buddhist sect. Hee, how can there be any Buddhist sect ruins in this world? Frost Bamboo said coldly, "The Buddhist sect has been destroyed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Even if there were any Buddhist sect ruins, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed by the Taoist sect long ago. How could it be left behind until now? I won't hide it from you, this place." When he spoke up to hear, Hanzhu seemed to have realized something, and he smiled, "You cunning little fellow, no wonder the sword cultivators call you the terrifying phoenix. You really are full of wit. Even at this moment, you still want to get the truth out of me. Do you think I am the kind of person who will say anything? Obediently hand over your life." Following Frost Bamboo's sneer, even more power of faith came out from the Buddha avatar and pulled Xiaohua's Buddha's relics out with all its might. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's Buddha's relics are really special. There is a Naiwan palace in his stomach, so how can it be pulled out? Frost Bamboo tried a few times but still couldn't pull it out. Chapter 3087. Strange. Hanzhu's avatar made a strange sound of astonishment and asked, "Xiaohua, do you have a Sarira or not?" Xiaohua looked at the avatar and coldly replied, "Is it important whether I have a Sarira or not?" While facing him coldly, Xiaohua quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But in the end, it seemed that he really didn't have any other means besides his wishful staff. "Of course it's not important." Hanzhu sneered, "I only need to crush your physical body, and everything you have will belong to me. Do I care whether you have a Sarira or not?" Xiaohua's mind slowly entered the space. In this so-called Buddha formation, even his mind couldn't move freely. The Buddhist sect's means were really powerful. However, I'm very curious. Han Zhu calmly said, "You are the first Tao sect disciple I have met in 100 years who has the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that, in the end, you would not even be able to cultivate a Saraira. But I feel that you clearly have a Saraira. You really make me puzzled." Humph, Xiaohua snorted again. He was really at his wit's end, so he simply ignored Han Zhu's words. "Xiaohua," Han Zhu continued, "when I first met you, let's say it was during the Feather Immortal Gathering. At that time, you already had Buddhist awareness. Even if you didn't have a Saraira, you should have been able to cultivate your Saraira with that mental cultivation method. But why is your Saraira so strange?" He. Xiaohua pondered for a long time, then replied indifferently, "Do you want to know? Then, tell me first, what's going on with this Buddhist sect's ruins?" What's so strange about it?" Han Zhu laughed. "There are no Buddhist sect ruins in this world." "What ruins? What treasures?" "That's just what the world thinks. The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. How could there still be ruins? Even if there were any ruins, they would have been completely destroyed by the Taoist sect. This so-called Buddhist sect's ruins is just the Buddha formation left behind by the Buddhist sect on the Xiaoyu continent. It's just a dangerous obstacle that I occasionally encountered in Crouching Buddha Mountain." But Xiaohua was somewhat confused. He clearly knew that the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect had already come to the Buddhist sect's ruins and even obtained the exquisite stellar derivation pagoda in the ruins. How could it be a simple Buddha formation? Perhaps. Xiaohua asked again. He asked, "This Xiao is a bit strange. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized compassion and sacrifice oneself for others. Even if you just said that you want me to offer my spiritual power and Buddhist awareness, why, do you want to devour other people's Saraira? Do you think the Buddhist sect is full of good people? Do you think the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect are all merciful?" Han Zhu said mockingly, "Since the Taoist sect's methods are ever-changing, with some defying the heavens and some obeying the heavens, then the Buddhist sect is the same. There are also bloody cultivation have-s. This old man's glaring Vajra cultivation is a secret technique to devour other people's Saraira. Actually, the great strength Vajra Dharma body I gave you also has a way to devour Saraira. It's just that you don't know about it." When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. "That's right, back then. I seem to have devoured other people's Saraira too, right? Unfortunately, you actually failed to live up to this old man's expectations. You didn't succeed in cultivating the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Instead, you cultivated the Phoenix Dharma body." This really puzzles this old man. I'm afraid it's also because of this that the Taoist sect was able to defeat the Buddhist sect and unify the Xiaoyu continent. Han Zhu ignored Xiaohua as the blood-colored Saraira slowly grew in size, slowly absorbing all the essence blood and Saraira as it spoke. "This Xiao and the others. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you sent them into the Buddha formation, right?" Xiaohua asked again. Do you think this old man will answer you?" Han Zhu sneered, "Don't be delusional. Even if you're a terrifying phoenix, even if you're that nascent soul nameless. Once you're here, you can only be manipulated by this old man. This Buddha formation is also the Buddhist sect's last resort in the Xiaoyu continent. If nascent soul cultivators fall into it, they'll also end up being devoured by this old man." You actually devoured nascent souls before?" Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, how could Han Zhu answer him? He said coldly, "Can you tell me whether you cultivated a Saraira or not? This old man hasn't seen your situation in many years." "Alright, this Xiao will answer you. This Xiao naturally cultivated a Saraira. Otherwise, wouldn't all my years of cultivation have been wasted?" Xiaohua said indifferently. That's strange. When Hanju heard this, he became even more interested. All the disciples of the Buddhist sect whose Sarira didn't fly out when my glaring Vajra Dharma body borrowed the Buddha's power from the Buddha sect. Why are you an exception? Let's talk after you answer this Xiao's question about how you treat this blood relative of mine. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Hee, does that even need to be said? Han Zhu said with a smile, this old man wants to see this child's future. If he really has the cultivation of a Buddha, this old man will assist him and also attain Buddha fruit. Otherwise, this old man will first nurture him and then devour him. In other words, you don't plan to awaken him this time. Of course. Han Zhu said without hesitation, this nirvana realm is so rare. Even when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, I've never heard of anyone who could enter the nirvana realm without cultivating a cultivation method. Awakening him now is truly a reckless waste of God's gift. A reckless waste of God's gift. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. In Han Zhu's eyes, these Buddhist sect disciples seemed to be his captive prey. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked again, then, what is a Buddha fruit? This old man has already said before that the Buddhist sect is different from the Taoist sect. Cultivation and achievements are not the same. A Buddha fruit is personally conferred by the Buddha and is the achievement of a Buddha son. While the Buddhist sect's cultivation is the ability to subdue demons and tigers. In other words, the Buddhist sect's ability has nothing to do with a Buddha fruit? Xiao Hua asked. That's right. Han Zhu replied, just as this old man said before, even if you have a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you still might not have the strength to truss up a chicken. Moreover, this old man will not hesitate to tell you that the glaring Vajra cultivation method that I cultivate is related to my ability. I don't seek a Buddha fruit. Damn it. Xiao Hua finally understood that Han Zhu had probably already devoured a lot of relics to cultivate to such a realm, right? Xiao Hua, this old man has said so much, you should answer this old man's question. Why is the Prajnaparamita Sutra that you cultivate so strange? This old man has already seen this sutra that day, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Han Zhu asked again. Xiao Hua didn't want to answer Han Zhu's question, but he knew in his heart that the karma of this world was here. Since he had promised, then he had to answer, otherwise it would become a sin. This Xiao doesn't cultivate the Prajnaparamita Sutra, but the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Ah! Exquisite Leaf Sutra, this. Xiao Hua couldn't see Han Zhu's expression, but the shock in his tone was obvious. What's wrong? Is this sutra very powerful? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. You don't know what this Exquisite Leaf Sutra represents. Han Zhu said coldly, and there was a kind of jealousy in his tone, if this old man had obtained this sutra, why would I have to work so hard? Ha ha ha, Han Zhu laughed again, it's really Buddha's blessing. Since he gave you to this old man, even if you cultivate the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, even if you're the future Buddha, so what? You're still food for this old man's glaring Vajra cultivation method. The dagger is revealed. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, Senior Han, do you want to fight to the death with this Xiao? Hee, what qualifications do you have to fight to the death with this old man? Han Zhu sneered, in this Buddhist formation, only you and I can live. Han Zhu didn't seem to care about what Xiao Hua thought, as if he was the master of this Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua was silent. Indeed, in this Buddhist formation, Xiao Hua couldn't use all of his Taoist cultivation. He could only use the wishful staff. His Taoist cultivation was now suppressed by the Buddhist formation, so he couldn't use it at all. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's mind came out of the space, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. Oh. You can actually use your divine sense. Han Zhu was really surprised. What? Are you curious? Xiao Hua shook his arms, and the wishful staff in his hand turned into a flower, and asked coldly. You really surprised this old man. Han Zhu was somewhat happy, this old man really hopes that you are your Imperial Thunder sect's nascent soul, Wu Ming. This old man swallowed your Sarira, so naturally, I can also swallow your Taoist nascent soul. This way, this old man can also answer to the seniors of the Tai Ching sect. Ha ha ha, you wish. Xiao Hua took a step forward and was about to attack the Dharma body of the glaring Vajra. Wait. Han Zhu stopped him again. This old man also wants to ask you one last question. Speak. The so-called exquisite leaf scripture is the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. You have cultivated for so long, why don't you see the Saraira? Han Zhu still didn't give up asking. He was really confused about why Xiao Hua's Saraira couldn't be found by himself. He didn't seem to believe what Xiao Hua said just now, so he kept probing again and again. This old Xiao will say it again, this old Xiao naturally has the Saraira. But now that it is suppressed by your telekinesis, how can this old Xiao let you see it? Xiao Hua had to answer Han Zhu's question, and he said it with some luck. Ha, now that everything is in this old man's calculations, even if this old man relaxes his telekinesis, do you think you can jump out of this old man's palm? Han Zhu laughed, and then the endless telekinesis relaxed. Chapter 3088. Humph. You are really so confident. Xiao Hua sneered. Sensing the weakening of the pressure, he took the opportunity to release the projection of the Buddha's Saraira. A Buddha statue less than 2 feet tall appeared above Xiao Hua's head with incomparable pity. Hiss. Han Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air, as if suddenly awakening. I understand. I see. In that case, give me your life. Xiao Hua urged the Buddha's Saraira. The Saraira waved its arm, and the water bottle in its hand slowly poured out the innate true water. Ha, even if you have the Saraira of the future Buddha, so what? Han Zhu sneered. The future is the future, never the present. You will never be a match for the power of thousands of Buddhas. Before his voice fell, he saw an endless surge of power, suppressing Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira. It was impossible to pour out the innate true water. Even under this heavy pressure, the projection of the Buddha's Saraira could not last long and was forced to withdraw in a moment. At the same time, the unparalleled force also suppressed Xiao Hua's body. Even if Xiao Hua snorted and raised the staff, it was as if the staff was waving in a quagmire, extremely slow. I will let you see the power of this old man. Han Zhu sneered and roared. The Buddha's light flashed on the Vajra Dharma body, and the 9-ringed monk's staff that had disappeared before reappeared. With a wave of his hand, the monk's staff smashed toward Xiao Hua without hesitation. The seemingly ordinary monk's staff at this time actually had incomparable strength. The whistling wind had the power to destroy everything, and Xiao Hua could not dodge even if he wanted to. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, raised the staff in his hand, and shouted, "Shameless thief! You deceiving the world, you really bring shame to the annihilated Buddhism. I will let you see the shocking staff of this old man." As Xiao Hua waved the staff, it actually broke the endless power of imprisonment. The staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air and hit the monk's staff. Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest doubt that this strike under the heavy pressure was already the most powerful strike he could unleash. Even the countless sinister attacks in the past didn't seem to be as magnificent as this one. Peng, unfortunately, Han Zhu's golden Dharmakaya waved the 9-ringed monk's staff and hit the wishful staff. A huge force that Xiao Hua had never encountered before came from the monk's staff. As soon as the wishful staff touched the 9-ringed monk's staff, it was immediately knocked away. A numb feeling came from Xiao Hua's arm and instantly spread throughout his body. Ha, Xiao Hua, even if you have innate divine strength, how can you compare to the strength of Bodhisattva Wanqian? Han Zhu laughed maniacally. I'm borrowing the power of the Buddha formation. How can a mere cultivator from the mortal world be my match? Xiao Hua was speechless. He boasted that his divine strength was outstanding, but he had never thought of competing with tens of thousands of Buddhas. Now, looking at the wishful steel staff that had been knocked away, Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes. Xiao Hua, you accept your fate. Han Zhu said faintly. Your mission is only to bring your blood relative to me. Moreover, I will leave this child here until he can control this world, until he can become Buddha. I have always despised the idea of, I control my fate and not the heavens. After all, human strength can't be compared to the heavens. However, you are not the heavens, and I am not the earth. Although my fate is in the hands of the heavens are not you. Xiaohua sneered. Even if I die here, I will not bend my knees for you. Ha ha ha, if you don't bend your knees, who will? Han Zhu laughed. A huge force that Xiaohua was almost unable to resist came from the wishful Buddha. Xiaohua really couldn't resist it. With a plop, Xiaohua could no longer sit cross-legged. His whole body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiaohua supported himself with his arms and blocked the ground. Ha ha ha. Even a humble scholar would have to kneel before the combined might of so many people. You are nothing. Han Zhu laughed loudly. At the same time, the endless suction force was born. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira jumped and jumped. A tearing force was born from the Naiwan Palace, making Xiaohua feel incomparable pain. Alas, Xiaohua sighed slightly, and the projection of the Buddha Sarira came out from his Dharma eye. Han Zhu was stunned when he saw the projection of a 3-foot-long Buddha relic slowly and completely appear in the air. Furthermore, there was a grade 3 lotus throne under the feet of the Buddha relic. You. What's wrong with me? Xiaohua sneered, ignoring Han Zhu's astonishment. After all, he had seen this kind of astonishment many times. You actually cultivated a 3rd-grade lotus platform. Han Zhu said incredulously. How could you reach the Rugu realm today when the Buddhist sect was annihilated? Rugu realm? Xiaohua was stunned. But... Han Zhu did not explain. Even if you are so arrogant. This old man seems to have remembered. Are you that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? So what if I am, and so what if I am not? Xiaohua did not answer, and sneered. So what? You are all food in this old man's mouth. Han Zhu also sneered. The blood-red Buddha Sarira had grown more than 3 times in size, and it was thrown into the Buddha Dharma body again. Then, a layer of blood red mixed with golden light flashed in the Dharma body, and a hurricane was thrown into the Dharma body again. The pressure around Xiaohua's body became even heavier, and Xiaohua's waist was almost bent over. Ha ha ha. So what if you have the exquisite leaf scripture? In this day and age when the Buddhist sect is in decline, what use can it be? Han Zhu laughed loudly, and his fist and palm moved again, respectively attacking Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira projection. An indescribable tearing feeling came from Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Although Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was still in his body, there were already signs of it collapsing. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and asked, Han Zhu, you also want to devour my Sarira? Of course. Han Zhu said without hesitation, the future Buddha Lord Sarira is precisely what this old man covets. This old man never thought that there would be such a day. This old man might also become the future Buddha Lord in the future. Following Han Zhu's answer, strands of Buddhist light in Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira disintegrated, and rushed towards the glaring golden light from where the huge force came from. At this time, Xiaohua was really in a desperate situation. His Buddha Sarira also slowly danced, replacing his psychokinesis to form a Buddhist seal. Unfortunately, Han Zhu's psychokinesis was even stronger, and did not allow Xiaohua to do anything. Ha ha ha, Han Zhu laughed loudly, this is the Buddha formation, how can you be this old man's opponent? You should obediently give up. After saying that, the glaring golden light became even more dazzling, and wanted to take away the Buddha's brilliance. Following this Buddhist light, the glaring golden Vajra strode in front of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira, and once again attacked Xiaohua with a palm and a fist. Hua! Like a receding tide, the projection could no longer hold on, and turned into strands of Buddhist light that flowed into the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. Following the disappearance of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira projection, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira also gradually collapsed, and this collapse began from the third-grade lotus platform under the Buddha Sarira. It was as if when refining, the material was melted by true fire, and turned into balls of golden liquid that rushed into Han Zhu's Dharma body along with the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. And Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira still did not have any resistance. Oh. It seems that the Buddhist fire is somewhat abnormal. Xiaohua was extremely anxious. Only at this moment did he realize that although the Buddha relic was tightly sealed, the Buddha fire in his Buddha's heart was slowly burning. The faint golden threads in the Buddha fire were not restrained by the frost bamboos thousands of Buddha's psyche power. Or perhaps the golden threads and Buddhist fire could resist the psychokinesis of the outside world. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know how to use the Buddhist fire, nor did he know what the golden threads were. Psychokinesis. Seeing that the third-grade lotus platform was gone, and 30% of the Buddha Sarira had disappeared, Xiaohua simply did not have any power to fight back under the boundless psychokinesis of the Buddha and the glaring golden Vajra. Seeing that Han Zhu was about to absorb the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the power of faith that Jiu Xia mentioned. Psychokinesis. Isn't that the power of faith? Since he thought of the power of faith, Xiaohua also thought of the soul technique of Meng Mountain. Seeing that Xiaohua did not have any power to fight back, Han Zhu was somewhat pleased with himself. This Futu Buddha formation is a powerful method that the Buddhist sect uses to exterminate the Taoist sect. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you, even if a nascent soul cultivator came here, they would only be killed by this old man. Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still shallow, and it's impossible for me to invite a nascent soul cultivator here. Once this old man has raised this child up, then... Boom! Right at this moment, seeing that Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was about to completely flow into the glaring golden Vajra's avatar, streaks of dark green light surged out from between Xiaohua's brows. These streaks of light were like fish swimming under the heavy pressure of the psychokinesis, occasionally letting out thunderous sounds. In the blink of an eye, these green streaks of light gathered together, and a fist-sized green seal script was smoothly formed. An incomparable thunderous sound came from the green seal script. Immediately after, waves of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire dilapidated main hall of Jialan Temple. How can there be heavenly lightning here? Han Zhu turned pale with fright. At the same time, he looked at Xiaohua, whose body was flashing with dark green light. How can you attract lightning in this Futu Buddha formation? Han Zhu had been scheming since the Feather Immortal Assembly, so how could he not know everything about Xiaohua? Han Zhu knew all the methods that Xiaohua had revealed. That lightning attraction technique was also within Han Zhu's calculations. However, he was confident that Xiaohua would not be able to obtain any spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Buddhist formation, much less attract any heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Han Zhu did not know that Xiaohua had a new encounter in Million Man Mountain. Xiaohua's lightning flashes and thunder rolls were unleashed, and thousands of lightning bolts surrounded the entire main hall of Jialan Temple. When the lightning bolts rushed into Han Zhu's glaring golden Vajra's avatar, they also affected Han Zhu's connection with the Futu Buddha formation. The unceasing flow of psychokinesis could no longer be as smooth as before. Chapter 3089. Not good. Han Zhu had naturally sensed the power of these lightning bolts. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the Vajra's Dharma body. He could no longer absorb Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. He waved the nine-ringed monk's staff and smashed it towards Xiaohua's body. Right now, the only thing they could do was to destroy Xiaohua's physical body. Only then would they be able to stop the lightning from falling. Fight! Xiaohua's wishful staff had now been knocked away. His body could not move at will. He could only wave his hand and take out another mace from the space with difficulty. He used both of his arms to meet the mountain-like nine-ringed monk's staff. Boom, there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the monk's staff hitting the mace. It was also the sound of thousands of lightning bolts hitting Hanju's Vajra's Dharma body. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream came from Hanju's Vajra's Vajra Dharma body. Xiaohua's arms were also greatly shocked. The mace was actually broken into two and flew to both sides of the hall. Although Xiaohua's body was extremely uncomfortable from the shock, Xiaohua's heart was also very calm. Xiaohua's Buddhist Saraira had experienced a lightning tribulation before. Although each lightning tribulation would destroy the Saraira, he could use the heavenly thunder to reform it. When he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he was really a little nervous. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to kill Hanju with the heavenly thunder, but he would also be helping him. But since Hanju was screaming like this, even if his Dharma body could be reborn, he could take advantage of this opportunity to resist again. After the lightning bolts, Hanju's Vajra Dharma body was riddled with holes. His angry face showed a painful expression. However, the endless mind power rushed over and quickly repaired the Vajra Dharma body at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Frost Bamboo's body, it was still sitting there. Its thick eyebrows were trembling slightly. Although there was a hint of astonishment in its eyes, Frost Bamboo's body emitted a faint Buddhistic glow that blocked the lightning outside even though the lightning bolt had struck Frost Bamboo. Needless to say, Hanju's body must be wearing some kind of lightning-repelling magic tool. Hanju was dealing with Xiaohua. It could be said that he was trying his best. Boom, how could Xiaohua give Hanju a chance to breathe? The soul strands danced in the air, and the two green seal characters of thunder and lightning emerged one after another. Fortunately, before Xiaohua left Million Meng Mountains, he had performed the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain in front of Elder Wu of Huda Stockade. As a result, he was able to control the art of thunder and lightning with ease. Rumble, rumble, endless flashes of lightning flickered with heavenly might as they emerged from the void of Jalan Temple's grand hall. They were like swords of the heavens that pierced into the enraged Vajra Dharma body. Although the enraged Vajra Dharma body waved its nine-ringed monk staff in an attempt to block the lightning, the enraged Vajra Dharma body was as thin as a sheet of paper after a few waves of lightning that were denser than the falling rain. Moreover, as Hanju screamed, a blurry avatar separated itself from the glaring Vajra avatar and descended towards Hanju's body. "You want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared along with the lightning. When he reappeared, he was right next to the wishful steel rod. Xiaohua was now close to the level of imperial thunder and could already use the lightning to escape. Even in this Buddhist formation, he had the ability to escape for a while. Hit! Xiaohua took the wishful steel rod and escaped into the lightning again. His figure appeared behind the enraged Vajra Dharma body. With a roar, he raised the rod and hit Hanju's body. Hanju sneered. Although he was in a hurry, he was not too flustered. He stood up and urged the enraged Vajra Dharma body to block Xiaohua's wishful steel rod. His hands formed a Buddhist seal and flipped in midair, dang! The sound of a bell rose into the sky. It was extremely crisp in the midst of thousands of lightning strikes. When Xiaohua heard the sound of the bell, he immediately felt weak and numb. He could not even hold the wishful steel rod and fell from midair. Humph, ignorant child. How do you know the methods of the Buddhist sect? Ouch! Hanju sneered. He was originally pleased with himself, but at this moment, with a whoosh, the water bottle in Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hand finally poured out under the pressure of the thousands of Buddha's psyche force like a jade spring. Innate primordial water. Hanju was shocked. How do you have so much innate primordial water? However, although the innate primordial water was extremely powerful and scattered the enraged Vajra Dharma body that did not fall into Hanju's body, it rushed to Hanju's body and blocked the innate primordial water with a faint Buddhist light. The innate primordial water, which was invincible and could melt everything, could not corrode Hanju's defensive Buddhist light. Ha! Han Zhu's expression changed instantly, but when he saw this situation, he laughed again. He looked at Xiao Hua who had fallen and said, "Xiao Hua, your skills are so poor. Give the Buddha Sarira to this old man. Is it that simple?" Xiao Hua was also shocked. He was really impressed by the means of the Buddhist sect, but his face was still calm as he said lightly. "What? What other means do you have?" Han Zhu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. I'll let you see my power today." As Xiao Hua spoke, he slapped his hand and the sword gourd flew out. He formed a sword seal and pointed his finger. 2 red and green sword lights flew out. How can you move?" Han Zhu turned pale with fright. "And you can use magic power?" Han Zhu naturally did not know that Xiao Hua was using a sword. He only thought it was a Taoist Dharma treasure. But even a sword cultivator's sword could not be used here. However, when Han Zhu looked up, his expression changed again. He saw that he and Xiao Hua were only a few dozen feet apart. It was completely covered by the innate primordial water. The Buddha formation he was so proud of had already been isolated by Xiao Hua's innate primordial water. Even if it's a competition of Taoist Dharma cultivation, do you think this old man is afraid of you? Han Zhu looked at the sword light that seemed slow but was actually fast. He laughed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the spirit-slaying origin light suddenly sped up. It was even faster than lightning and suddenly rushed to Han Zhu's neck. Ah! Han Zhu was shocked once again. The Buddha's light around his body shone brightly, trying to block the 2 beams of spirit execution vital light. However, the spirit execution vital light was slowed down by the Buddha's light and couldn't break through. At this time, the innate primordial water let out a mooing sound. It was actually the Buddha formation attacking the innate primordial water. The space around Xiao Hua and Han Zhu quickly shrank. "Go!" Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He opened his mouth again and a wisp of spiritual fire entered the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared under the spirit-slaying vital light. With a soft sound, the 2 spirit-slaying vital lights turned slightly and instantly rushed through the gap in the Buddha light that was burned by the spiritual fire and rushed into Han Zhu's neck. Puff! With another soft sound, Han Zhu's head flew into the air with an incredulous expression. His blood also spurted out several feet. Boom! At the same time, the innate primordial water was unexpectedly destroyed by the Buddha formation. Countless water splashed everywhere. However, after Han Zhu was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit-slaying vital light, the heavy pressure of the Buddha sect's psychokinesis quickly receded like the ebbing tide. Just a hair's breadth away. How thrilling! Xiao Hua was pushed down by the psychokinesis pressure again. He fell into the messy main hall and somewhat didn't want to get up. Exhausted, he swept his gaze around and sighed with emotion. This Han Zhu, although he only has a golden core cultivation, his preparations were too ample. If I didn't use the innate primordial water to isolate the Buddhist sect and use the spirit-slaying vital light and spiritual fire in time, even if I had the strength of a nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands today. Then, Xiao Hua lazily sat there and looked at the destroyed Buddha statue. He was secretly surprised. The Buddha sect's methods were not any worse than the Tao sect's. How could they be completely destroyed by the Tao sect? Moreover, Xiao Hua now somewhat understood. The ruins of the Buddha sect, it wasn't that the Tao sect didn't know about it and didn't intend to leave it here. Instead, the Tao sect's cultivators didn't dare to casually enter and were unable to completely destroy it. After resting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua stopped his wild thoughts. He stood up and helplessly looked at Jiang Luer, who was sitting there. At that time, Xiao Hua and Han Zhu both had some reservations and avoided Jiang Luer. That mountain-like psychokinesis pressure seemed to have no effect on the silent Jiang Luer. Therefore, Jiang Luer wasn't affected at all. This child, sigh. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. After a long time, Han Zhu still didn't have a way to awaken her. He only used her as bait to trick me. I still have to think of a way. But that's right, Han Zhu was the only Buddhist expert that Xiaohua knew of. Even the 6 Buddhist disciples that came later, Xiaohua had never seen their faces until they died. Where would Xiaohua go to find Buddhist disciples? Xiaohua tidied up the mess in the Jialan Temple's main hall. He put away Han Zhu's saraira, small golden bell, 9-ringed monk staff, and the kasaya wrapped around Han Zhu's corpse into his space. Then, he took Han Zhu's storage pouch and used a wisp of true samadhi fire to destroy Han Zhu's corpse. Xiaohua even stomped his feet at the place where Han Zhu's corpse turned into powder. Han Zhu was truly too sinister. He acted like a kind elder, but secretly plotted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had been through many schemes, didn't notice anything fishy until the end. Now that he thought about it, Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. Then, Xiaohua looked at his Buddha saraira that was more than half damaged. He didn't even have the heart to repair it. Han Zhu's blood saraira, Xiaohua didn't dare to use it before he figured out the details. He was really afraid that Han Zhu had left behind a backup plan. There were many things in Han Zhu's storage pouch. Xiaohua looked at most of the jade slips and threw them to the side. He didn't care about any magic tools or treasures. He only picked up the golden bell and the jade slips that recorded Buddhist secrets. After flipping through the jade slips for several days, Xiaohua finally sighed and pulled his divine sense out of a shabby jade slip. Seeing that there was nothing around him, he waved his hand and put away the jade slip. Chapter 3090. Just as Han Zhu said, Xiaohua didn't find any information about the Buddhist sect's ruins in Han Zhu's storage pouch. There was only the Buddha formation near the reclining Buddha mountain. Furthermore, Xiaohua had also found Frost Bamboo's glaring Vajra Heart Sutra from the golden puppets. Although this Heart Sutra also required gradual cultivation steps, it also had a quick-speed Heart Sutra of devouring relics. The golden puppets even clearly stated that the glaring Vajra Heart Sutra was originally a Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. Han Zhu's other golden stallions were also beneficial to Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have any use for them now. After roughly looking through the contents, he accepted them. That's strange. Xiaohua took out Can Mingwei's jade slip and looked at it for a long time with a frown. Then, he pinched his chin and looked at the completely shattered Buddha statue and the stone wall in the distance. According to Can Mingwei's jade slip, there isn't any entrance. However, the distance from here to the reclining Buddha mountain is the same. Xiaohua thought in bewilderment. Why did Han Zhu's place become a Buddha formation? Or perhaps, is this Buddha formation the ruins that Can Mingwei mentioned? If I want to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins, do I have to break through this Buddha formation? But since that's the case, what Can Mingwei and Han Zhu saw should be the same. Why is Can Mingwei's record different? Or perhaps, the same part is in Jinxie's jade slip. Unfortunately, I don't have Jinxie's jade slip. What should I do? Xiaohua had the intention to leave this Buddhist formation now and stay far away from this place that almost took his life. However, when he thought of Jiang Luer in the space and his incomplete exquisite leaf sutra, he still had to stay here and think of a way to find the location of the ruins that Can Mingwei and Jinxie had mentioned. He was afraid that only there would be the real golden centipede and the real way to awaken Jiang Luer. Now, I should first practice the method to control this Buddha formation, right? Thinking of Han Zhu's 9 rings monk staff when he first entered the Buddha formation, Xiaohua felt that he already had an idea. Xiaohua took out the golden rune related to the Buddha formation and released his Buddhist sense. A golden light appeared and a page with golden rune written on it appeared in Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. After a few more days, the golden Ni within Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness slowly turned. Fortunately, the 2 arms of the tattered Buddha relic were still intact. The Buddhist seals on the arms slowly danced. Along with these Buddhist seals, the 9 rings monk staff in midair also gradually emitted a faint Buddhist aura along with the Buddhist seals. At the end, Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hands formed a Buddhist seal and hit the 9-ringed monk staff. The monk's staff emitted an extremely strong Buddhist light and slowly fell into the relic's hands. Woo! As Xiaohua waved the nine-ringed monk's staff, a gust of wind appeared around the Jialan temple. The telekinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas under Han Zhu's control came again and quickly repaired Xiaohua's Buddha relic. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Buddha relic was back to how it was before. Moreover, under the telekinesis, Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra, which had been stagnant for a long time, was once again pushed forward. The fourth-rank lotus platform slowly appeared. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He knew that the previous battle and the damage to the Buddha relic was about to be reborn. He hurriedly closed his eyes and the exquisite leaf sutra slowly flowed. The Buddha relic also flashed with a brilliant Buddhist aura and gradually grew to 4 feet. After a few days, Xiaohua's Buddha relic grew to a certain extent and could no longer grow. The monk's staff in the relic's hand was thrown away. Swordsman. As the relic's hands formed a seal, he spat out a golden word. That golden word was like the full-force attack of a golden core cultivator and rushed towards the back wall of the Jialan temple. Boom! With a loud sound, countless Sanskrit and golden inscriptions appeared on the stone wall. The entire stone wall was shattered by Xiaohua's fourth Buddhist divine ability. Damn it, this fourth divine ability is actually a demon-subduing technique. Xiaohua looked at the Buddha relic that was somewhat dimming with Buddhist light. He was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. What surprised him was that Buddhism's methods were indeed impressive. His mantra was comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. How could Buddhism be inferior to Taoism? What pleasantly surprised him was that the 9 runes mantra wasn't just a useless method of transcendence or soul summoning. In the future, there would be 5 more mantras. There would definitely be other surprises left for him. This was an unknown surprise, and it was exactly what Xiaohua was looking forward to. The stone wall was damaged, but Xiaohua's Buddha relic was also repaired perfectly. In fact, Xiaohua was surprised at the first moment. To be honest, with the willpower of tens of thousands of Buddhas, what kind of relic couldn't he cultivate? Why would he need to go against heaven and reason and devour other people's relic? However, Xiaohua was only surprised for a moment. Then, he understood in his heart that the most important thing wasn't the environment, but the cultivation method to practice. His cultivation method, Jiang Luer's cultivation method, Han Zhu's cultivation method, and even the cultivation methods of the other 6 people. The moment he obtained the cultivation method, all of his fates had already been determined. It wasn't up to him to choose. Go! Xiaohua's Buddha relic's Buddhist seal flipped, and the 9-ringed monk's staff flew to Xiaohua's feet and transformed into a mast. Xiaohua stepped on it, and the mast rushed toward the back wall of Jialan temple. When it flew out of Jialan temple, it was really as Xiaohua had seen before. It was another pagoda path, and this pagoda path was extremely long. The end of the pagoda path was another dilapidated temple, but Xiaohua didn't know the name of this temple. Rise! Xiaohua didn't land on the pagoda path, but the Buddha relic once again activated the 9-ringed monk's staff. His entire body flew high, crossing the entire pagoda path, crossing the temple, and ascending to the top of the Buddhist sect. Thus, all of the temples, all of the dilapidated structures were in Xiaohua's eyes. Great Pagoda Formation. 10,000 Cultivation Pagoda Formation. At this time, Xiaohua had roughly understood the power of this Buddhist formation. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, and released his Buddhist sense again. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was unknown how many times stronger than Han Zhu's. It gradually permeated every corner of the pagoda formation like sweet dew. Xiaohua closed his eyes, looking solemn. The Buddhist light around his body rippled like the sun. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked in a direction, and said with a smile, "Looks like, this Xiao's idea is correct. There's something strange about this Buddhist formation." That Han Zhu, sigh, he was really ignorant. He missed such an opportunity for nothing. Immediately after, Xiaohua's relic activated the 9-ringed monk's staff. The 9 rings on the staff rushed toward 9 directions of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect flickered with endless ripples, like the ripples on the surface of a lake. Under these ripples, a layer of images was revealed. As the entire image was revealed, an extremely powerful suction force appeared somewhere on the pagoda path. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants rang out. Xiaohua's body and his relic were unable to resist and were sucked in. Thousands of illusions appeared, as if he had experienced dozens of worlds. Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly, and when he looked again, everything had changed. The ruined temple had disappeared, and the pagoda path in front of the temple had also disappeared. In its place, were tens of thousands of broken Buddha statues. These Buddha statues were different from the Buddha statues in the previous temple. Each Buddha statue was independent, and each Buddha statue had broken limbs. Some were completely collapsed, and some were crooked and collapsed. At the same time, each Buddha statue was filled with compassion and compassion. Each Buddha statue was like a world of its own. Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with death, destruction, decadence, and despair. However, these tens of thousands of Buddha statues were like tens of thousands of sprouts. Each of them emitted a kind of vitality, and when these tens of thousands of vitality gathered together, it was an indescribable brand new 10,000 Buddha diagram. Xiaohua's voice, which was close to a groan, came out from his throat. He already understood that under the incomparably powerful Great Pagoda formation, the destroyed Buddhist sect was the sprout of another Buddhist sect. This was the 10,000 Buddha diagram. The forms of tens of thousands of Buddhas, the comprehension of tens of thousands of Buddhas becoming Buddhas. It was an existence comparable to the 3,000 great Taoists of the Tao sect. What Jin Xia and Ken Mingwei saw was precisely this 10,000 Buddha diagram. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the meaning of the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram. Or perhaps they didn't know that this 10,000 Buddha diagram was the sprouts left behind after the Buddhist sect was destroyed. Therefore, they eagerly hoped for even more Buddhist sect divine abilities, and instead gave up on the final great Tao. Xiaohua sneered. Moreover, that frost bamboo seemed to have fallen into the pagoda formation from the very beginning, which was in line with his glaring Vajraheart technique. He could only fall into the minor Tao of the Buddhist sect's protector, and could never fall into the great Tao of the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that the great Tao to the heavens was already in front of his eyes? He released his Buddhist consciousness again, and even the Buddha Sarira fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to extravagantly hope that he could comprehend any of the Buddha statues and comprehend the Buddha's realm. He only wanted to take this 10,000 Buddha diagram for his own use. Unfortunately, even though the Buddha Sarira was released, the 10,000 Buddha diagram didn't have any reaction in the end. What should I do? Xiaohua slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, the Buddha Sarira once again chanted the 9 syllables of truth. The 4 syllables of truth, Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe, rushed into the 10,000 Buddha diagram one after another. As these syllables fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram began to flicker with a faint Buddhist light. Excellent, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He understood that his probing was effective, so he was even more generous with his Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis to send the 9 syllables of truth into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, one after another. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram seemed to be floating like a picture. The tens of thousands of tattered Buddha statues began to move. Waves of vibrations comparable to the Great Tao emerged from the 10,000 Buddha diagram, and they converged and rushed into Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Chapter 3091. Boom! Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the entire Buddha Sarira was completely obliterated by the fluctuations in just a moment. There was almost no resistance, and Xiaohua couldn't put up any resistance. At the same time, in the Buddha Saraira, where the mud pill palace was located, the Buddhist light rippled outside the seal. It was more dazzling than the aurora or the seven colors, and a small Buddha Saraira began to slowly condense again. The psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas that had previously disappeared was engulfed in all directions again. The entire Buddha Saraira seemed to be inflated. An indescribable feeling, even more wonderful than Xiaohua's comprehension of the way of the heavens, slowly filled the Buddha Saraira. And the moment the Buddha Saraira condensed, the 10,000 Buddhas painting flew out from under the foot of Buddhist sect like a scroll, rushed to the outside of Xiaohua's Saraira, and wrapped around it, turning into a kasaya. This kasaya was faintly discernible and not substantial. The tens of thousands of different Buddha statues turned into wisps of Buddhist light that flowed outside the Saraira. It was this Buddhist light that made up the entire kasaya. What was special was that these seemingly extremely damaged Buddha statues actually changed slightly as they flowed outside the Buddha Saraira. Although this change was minuscule, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness was able to feel it. The Buddhist sect left this 10,000 Buddhas painting to find an heir to the Buddhist sect, and the exquisite leaf scripture that I cultivate is exactly what Han Zhu said, the Saraira of the future Buddha Lord. Won't this 10,000 Buddhas painting immediately recognize me as its master? Xiaohua was proud, but when his Buddhist sense looked at the original 10,000 Buddhas painting again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The tens of thousands of worn-out Buddha statues were still there, and they didn't disappear just because Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira had the 10,000 Buddhas. There was no such thing as the 10,000 Buddhas painting recognizing Xiaohua as its master. However, the current 10,000 Buddhas painting was different from before. It was like a layer of slow-flowing waves, and a layer of hazy images appeared under this flow. Damn it, what are you doing? Xiaohua was a little confused by these methods, and then he urged the nine-ringed monk staff to rush into the flow of the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Whoosh! A sound like the sound of water rang in Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua's figure fell under the 10,000 Buddha painting. As the 10,000 Buddha painting disappeared, a completely dilapidated building appeared under the 10,000 Buddha painting. These buildings were very similar to the 480 temples, but upon closer inspection, they were completely different. This was the true Buddhist sect ruins. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the Buddhist Saraira wrapped in a layer of specious kasaya, then at the 10,000 Buddhas diagram above his head. Finally, at the real Buddhist ruins, he couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods are indeed profound. Presumably, countless Taoist sect cultivators have fallen on the Buddha path, and countless Buddhist sects arhats have fallen in the 10,000 Buddhas diagram. What 10,000 Buddhas is Buddha sect, S10S Buddhas? Even people as strong as Ken Mingwei and Jin Xia could only observe the small details, and didn't know the overall situation. In the end, they fell into the so-called Buddhist sect ruins, and could no longer escape. The Buddhist sect ruins they were talking about should be the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Because they didn't have the Buddha Saraira, they couldn't open the 10,000 Buddhas painting. And the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda they obtained, became the proof for me to become the future Lord Buddha. As for the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda, the Buddhas of Buddha sect deliberately left them on the 10,000 Buddhas painting, or even on the Buddha path, wanting to leave behind their inheritance. As for the nascent soul masters and spirit-severing masters, they probably knew that they couldn't defeat the 10,000 Buddhas' mental power, so they didn't dare to enter. This is why the Buddhist sect ruins have always been a legend, and it has been passed down until now. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the thousands of ruins, and he said with some sadness, "These ruins. I'm afraid they are the real ruins, and not some illusion." Before the Buddhas of Buddha sect died, they gathered the divine abilities of many Buddhas and moved the thousands of ruins of the Dawn Rain continent here. Making them into such ruins, the Dawn Rain continent no longer has the thousands of temples, thousands of Buddha statues, and thousands of mental power from the Buddhist sect's time of prosperity. The divine abilities of Buddha sect are nothing more than this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated the divine abilities of Buddha sect's Buddhas. When his Buddhist sense overlooked the entire Buddhist sect ruins like a bird's eye view, another powerful force swept out from somewhere in the ruins. Xiaohua didn't have any chance to resist, and with just a thought, he fell into a mysterious place that even spirit-severing cultivators couldn't detect. Hiss. Xiaohua only felt a strong force holding him, and this force wasn't something he could resist. His entire body rapidly fell, and some light flashed before his eyes, and his body stopped again. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Mt. Meru Mountain. 3,000 great worlds. What that bastard Han Zhu said was actually true. In front of Xiaohua was an incomparably huge mountain. The top and bottom of the mountain were relatively thick, and only the middle was relatively thin, like a lampstand. Below the mountain was a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were bones, skeletons, and completely tiny monsters. It was no different from the sea of bitterness Xiaohua saw on the pagoda path. Looking at empty Meru again, the Buddhist light lingered, and he couldn't see the specifics clearly. The faint Buddhist sound entered his ears, and the dang-dang of a wooden fish was slowly knocked. It was a scene of peace and bliss. Excellent, Xiaohua couldn't help but put his palms together, and a kind of piety arose from his heart. Phew, just as Xiaohua was piously bowing, he saw a Buddhist light rush out from Tusita heaven on empty Meru like a rainbow, and it landed at Xiaohua's feet. Ba, another compassionate Buddhist chant came from Tusita heaven, and along with this Buddhist chant, countless sounds came from all over empty Meru. It was as if before Xiaohua came, empty Meru was asleep, and Xiaohua's arrival awakened it. No way. Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that on empty Meru, there is still a living Buddha? And there is more than one Buddha. Just as the doubt in his heart arose, the Buddhist light brought Xiaohua's figure to the top of empty Meru. Sure enough, the Buddhist sect's methods were meticulous. Xiaohua's figure moved, and immediately, heavenly flowers fell from the sky around him. Faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard, and countless celestial beings were also born. Each of them was vivid and lifelike illusions. Xiaohua's vision blurred, and he was already in front of a tall Buddha statue. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he didn't even realize how he came here. His mind was still in the illusion from before. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly put his palms together and bowed. Disciple. Xiaohua greets the Buddha Lord. The Buddha statue flashed with Buddhist light. It was very tall, and the top couldn't be seen at a glance, and it was also impossible to see the face of the Buddha statue. But whether it was Xiaohua's first glance or the moment he bowed, the Buddha statue was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Buddha relic. The ears were over the shoulder, the face was compassionate, and the arms were at the shoulder level. One hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In Xiaohua's eyes, the compassionate face was somewhat similar to his own appearance. Furthermore, behind the head of the Buddha statue, there was a round mirror-like surface. The surroundings of this mirror were burning with orange karmic fire, and the Buddhist light in the mirror was overflowing. It was as if there were thousands of worlds, and thousands of fairies and heavenly flowers. Xiaohua bowed and didn't dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the Buddha Lord's instructions. Another half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, but he didn't hear any reply. Instead, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras from before gradually became softer, and even disappeared. Only then did Xiaohua slowly raise his head. That Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue, like a high mountain, giving off the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. But at the same time, Xiaohua's Buddha relic gave off an eager feeling. If Xiaohua's Buddha relic didn't have a Naiwan palace, perhaps it would have already jumped out of Xiaohua's body, right? Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he hurriedly projected the Buddha relic in front of Xiaohua through the swastika character between his eyebrows. The moment the Buddha relic projection appeared, a golden light was projected from the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, and this golden light covered the entire projection. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was originally incomplete, and this Buddha relic was also incomplete. But in this golden light, all the flaws in the projection were slowly mended. Of course, this kind of mending wasn't a complete mending, but a kind of outline. The outline of the Buddha relic projection was completely mended. In contrast, the Buddha relic in Xiao Hua's body was also miraculously mended, just like when the Buddha relic was released from the body. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, and he bowed to express his thanks. But at this time, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite pagoda flew out and landed in the other hand of the Buddha relic. Dang dang. A few more bell sounds came from the mirror behind the Buddha Lord's head, and 2 more golden lights were emitted from it, landing on the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. After the golden light passed, the broken clear water bottle not only recovered, but it also emitted a faint Buddha light. But the willow branch in the clear water bottle still didn't move. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that the exquisite pagoda was also completely mended. Above the empty grooves, except for the last 3 grooves on the topmost layer, everything else had been mended. Excellent, Xiao Hua was really satisfied. He had been searching for these gold leaves for many years, but he didn't have any clues. He didn't expect to find so many in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. However, he was slightly cursing in his heart. If he didn't find more gold leaves, would he still be able to replenish them in the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he put away the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. Then, he took out the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell he obtained from the frost bamboo. Chapter 3092. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this time it wasn't as straightforward as before. After a while, 4 golden lights fell. In addition to the Buddhist light on the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell, there was also a golden puppet in front of Xiao Hua. It seemed to be even more stingy than Xiao Hua. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiao Hua was very happy. His greedy little plan was finally satisfied by this Buddha Lord. He hurriedly waved his hand and put away the Buddhist artifacts, as well as the golden puppet and the Buddha Sarira projection that he didn't have time to check. Then, he took Jiang Luer out of the space, bowed, and said, "This is the Bodhisattva who is fated with our Buddha. Buddha Lord, please be merciful and wake her up." Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Luer came out, a huge bell rang from outside the Tusita heaven. It was as if there was a big movement on Mount Meru. Not only did the Tusita heaven tremble, but even Mount Meru shook a little. Then, a strong golden light came out of the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, enveloping Xiao Hua and Jiang Luer. The golden light was trembling extremely, as if the Buddha Lord was angry at Xiao Hua's insatiable greed. Then, a faint suction force came out of the golden light, and Xiao Hua and Jiang Luer's figures slowly fell into the mirror. That's right. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Jiang Luer is practicing the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, not the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. I'm afraid the corresponding Buddha Lord is not this one, right? This bell should be to send Jiang Luer to another Buddha Lord, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't resist the suction force. He pulled with his hand, and it was Jiang Luer's arm. When the 2 of them fell into the mirror at the same time, Xiao Hua's eyes darkened slightly. Then, countless thunderclaps sounded, and endless rain fell on his body. "Io, what layer of sky is this? There's wind and rain." Xiao Hua was stunned. The golden light protecting his body involuntarily spread out, protecting Jiang Luer. But at this time, Xiao Hua was shocked again. Not good. On Mount Meru. How can I use the Tao sex magic? At the same time, he had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua released his divine sense and saw the thousands of mountains around him, as well as the rolling thunderclouds and earth-shattering rain above the mountains, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Xiao Hua had already been sent out of the Buddhist sect ruins. How can this work? Xiao Hua is dumbfounded. This Xiao is going to the Buddhist ruins. Isn't it to wake Jiang Luer up? How how can we go back empty-handed? Just now, was it this Xiao's greed that made the Buddha Lord angry? Thinking of his actions just now, Xiao Hua was very regretful. Almost without thinking, he hurriedly sent Jiang Luer into the space again. He released his Buddhist awareness, trying his best to find his location and the location of the reclining Buddha mountain so that he could enter the Buddhist sect again. He had already decided that this time, he would no longer take out any Buddhist tools or golden puppets. He wanted to take Jiang Luer out of the space and place her in front of the Buddha Lord. Unfortunately, the night was dark and the rain was heavy. Even with his Buddhist awareness, Xiao Hua couldn't find any trace of the reclining Buddha mountain in this unfamiliar place. This Xiao knows where the reclining Buddha mountain is. I just need to find a cultivator and ask, won't that be enough? Xiao Hua thought to himself. After roughly looking around, he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. An hour passed. Xiao Hua didn't see any figures, nor did he see anything else. In front of him, apart from the night, there was only the rain. The night seemed endless, and the rain also seemed endless. This made Xiao Hua's heart more and more anxious, and more uneasy. Kacha! Just as Xiao Hua was hurriedly flying away, a bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night for several kilometers to the left. Xiao Hua's tall, thin and anxious figure impressively appeared in midair. Xiao Hua. Two exceptionally surprised voices came from the edge of the light. Immediately after, two powerful divine senses rushed over like a wave, sweeping past Xiao Hua and immediately locking onto him. Who is it? Xiao Hua was originally feeling ashamed, angry, and regretful. He was about to use the lightning escape technique in this lightning, but unexpectedly, he heard a soft voice within the sound of thunder. At the same time, he was astonished, and at the same time, his divine sense swept out. Boom! When Xiao Hua's divine sense came into contact with the other party's seemingly solid divine sense, it was immediately repelled. Even Xiao Hua's mind was roaring. Nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Hua immediately understood his situation. Moreover, those two divine senses firmly locked onto him. How could there be any good things waiting for him? An incomparable fear immediately emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua didn't even think about it. Lightning flashed around his body, and he immediately used the Imperial Thunder Guard, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how high Xiao Hua's cultivation was, no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, he was now very close to the two nascent soul cultivators. The two nascent soul cultivators turned into rainbows a few li away, and at the same time, they rubbed their hands together. Countless silver rays fell into the air, and then disappeared. Xiao Hua had just urged his magic power, but he felt that the surrounding space was already imprisoned by magic power. It was the same as when he was imprisoned by the thousands of frost bamboo Buddha's divine sense in Jialan Temple. Granny, I just left the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Xiao Hua's teeth creaked as he anxiously thought, how can I live like this? Roar! Xiao Hua knew that in the face of two nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't have any slack. He roared to boost his courage, and took out the wishful staff. The dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique in his body began to revolve. His golden core was also agitated. True essence rushed into his meridians like a flood bursting a dam, and wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy also poured into his body from the surface of his body. Open! Xiao Hua let out a roar. This full-strength staff really broke the imprisonment of the two nascent soul cultivators. Xiao Hua didn't even look back as he fled into the distance. He only flew a few zhang when a powerful force was born in front of him. It was like an incomparably tall giant wall blocking Xiao Hua's front. Xiao Hua crashed into it, and the brilliance of his whole body shone brightly. He couldn't move even half a step. Whoosh! A wisp of crimson spiritual fire flew out of Xiao Hua's mouth like a silk thread, and in a moment, it burned through the giant wall that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and his body was like a gust of wind, passing through the spiritual fire and rushing into the distance. This Xiaohua is indeed powerful. Needless to say, the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators chasing after Xiaohua were naturally Daoist Du Yi and Shanxingzi. When Daoist Du Yi saw his spell being defeated, he was alarmed and said with some surprise. Hehe, this is a nascent soul nameless. Shanxingzi didn't find it strange, otherwise, our master wouldn't have let us take action. That's right. Daoist Du Yi nodded, but at the same time, he cried out in alarm, not good, Daoist Shanxingzi, let's take turns casting magic. We must not let him use the lightning escape technique at full strength. This old man sees that his lightning escape technique is about to catch up to Master Qianlei. That's right, when we were discussing that day, this old man said that you know a secret technique that can restrict the lightning escape technique. Naturally, this old man will use it now. How can I let him escape from our hands? Shanxingzi turned his hands slightly, as if he was twisting something, and said with a confident smile, in order to capture this guy, this old man specially recomprehended this technique. You won't let him escape easily. However, this guy's lightning escape technique is really beyond this old man's expectations. It can actually catch up to Master Qianlei. Of course, if not, do you think that Taoist Lei Meng of the Thunder Palace will be chasing after us? I'm afraid that he also knows that we are looking for Xiaohua. As Shanxingzi opened his mouth, a blood arrow fell into the air. As Shanxingzi grabbed it with his hand, several spells were cast into it, and the blood arrow turned dark. Like a snake the size of a thumb, it rushed into the void and disappeared. Blood curse? Daoist Du Yi's heart trembled, and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. Alas, Shanxingzi sighed, this old man has used up his profound qi to cast the secret technique, but I'm afraid that I can't do anything to Lei Meng anymore. Humph, good luck Lei Meng. Daoist Du Yi took a look at Xiaohua, who was struggling in the distance, and said coldly, if Xiaohua didn't suddenly appear here, we might have set up an ambush and killed him tonight. Since Xiaohua has already appeared, we don't have to meet him face to face. Xiaohua is now an abandoned disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Master Qianlei wants to take back the punishment order, as long as Xiaohua falls into our hands, he will never be able to take it back. The Imperial Thunder sect will always be the laughingstock of others. That's true. Although Shanxingzi's face was somewhat pale, the magic power in his body was rapidly surging. He looked at Xiaohua, who was about to approach, with some puzzlement, and said curiously, this Xiaohua suddenly disappeared in Haoming City. He should have used some secret technique to disguise himself. We just guessed that he passed through Mo Zhao and Black Forest, but in Meng Kingdom, there is no trace of Xiaohua at all. We were like headless flies running around randomly. Tonight, how did he suddenly appear in front of us? Where did he go? What did he do there? It's really mysterious. There doesn't seem to be any secret area nearby. Hehe, won't we know once we capture him? Daoist Du Yi sneered, and then he didn't forget to remind Shanxingzi, after we capture Xiaohua, we have to discuss how to report to our respective masters. Don't worry about this, fellow Daoist. Shanxingzi smiled, and then said in astonishment, oh, no. Just when Shanxingzi and Daoist Du Yi thought that they had already captured Xiaohua, they saw the sword light around Xiaohua's body flourish, and a huge sword gradually appeared. The quagmire that Shanxingzi used to trap Xiaohua was also defeated by Xiaohua. This Xiaohua is really too powerful. Shanxingzi blurted out, if we give him another 100 years, we won't be his opponent even if we join hands. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.